Chapter 1394. Are you guys joking? Sect Master Li's smile was already a little unnatural. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Foreign Affairs Hall Master immediately spoke to help. Kidding. Elder Shiryenha of the Blue Cloud sect shook her head directly and said to Mao Qi, "We don't have the leisure to come to the Taishamen together to joke, do we?" With that, she pushed the natal spirit tablet beside her and said with a sullen face, "These are the natal spirit tablets of several female elders of my sect. They have been outside for more than 100 years and have not been able to find their whereabouts. However, there is a response in the mountain gate of the Taishamen. If Hall Master Mao doesn't believe it, you can try it." As soon as Elder Shir's voice fell, all the guests who came forward pushed the natal spirit tablet that they had just taken out from their bodies. No one spoke, but everyone expressed the same meaning. If the Taishamen didn't believe it, they could test it on the spot. This time, the Taishamen, from Sect Master Li, all changed their expressions. When did their sect capture so many elders of the big sect to the Taishamen? Mao Qi didn't say anything and directly grabbed a natal spirit tablet in front of Elder Shir and immediately activated it to check. Sect Master Li and several other elders did the same. Everyone picked up the nearest natal spirit tablet and quickly checked it. In just a moment, the faces of Sect Master Li and several elders changed dramatically. They wanted to use facts to show that these guests were lying and joking, but the natal spirit tablet wouldn't lie. They could even find out that the owner of the natal spirit tablet was within hundreds of miles. It should be known that this was the reception hall of the inner mountain gate, and it was definitely within the demon sealing array. Even if there was a natal spirit tablet, it was impossible to detect the whereabouts of the owner through the demon sealing array. When they first got the demon sealing array, they had already tried it dozens of times in the Chunying Palace. After their own demon sealing array was completed, they had also tried it countless times, but the result was the same. After confirming that the people from the major sect were not lying, the first reaction of Sect Master Li and several core elders was whether this was a conspiracy against the Taishamen. The Taishamen sect was the #1 sect in the Tao sect. They had been in the limelight for so long, it was impossible for them not to arouse the jealousy and dissatisfaction of other sections. As the top management of the Taishamen, they had a sense of crisis. With so many big sect members coming at the same time, they subconsciously thought that they were targeting the Taishamen. As long as a few high-ranking elders from the sect sneaked into the inner circle of the Taishamen, then everyone would find fault with them. This kind of thing seemed to be too easy, right? However, the higher-ups secretly became vigilant. It must be known that the shortest time for those who had disappeared was around 100 years, and the longest had even been missing for more than 200 years. If it was really a conspiracy, could it be that so many sect members had started to target Taishamen 200 years ago? If that was the case, even if he didn't succeed this time, it would still be a huge problem in the future. Everyone, is there any misunderstanding here? In this regard, Sect Master Li and several core elders had a well-thought-out plan and were not afraid that so many people present would turn against them. This was the Taishamen sect, not other places. Even if so many sect members wanted to carry out a conspiracy, they had to see if it was possible. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not, can't we just bring out our missing elders and ask them? The elders of the 5 Elements sect had long had a problem with the Taishamen. The matter of the Taishamen targeting the 5 Elements sect in the Barren Sand Valley was left unsettled. This time, they must not let the Taishamen get away with it again, so they directly said it with a mocking tone. "Well, then let's go together and see what they say." Listening to the 5 Elements sect's elder ridicule, Sect Master Li was also angry in his heart. A small elder also dared to be so rude in the main hall of the Taishamen sect. If it weren't for so many people, they would have made this guy disappear once. So far, none of the elders of the major sect had mentioned the matter of the Devil Heart Sutra. First, they did not want to arouse the vigilance of the Taishamen. Second, There was no direct evidence. They just heard the words from Li Junyu's mouth, and they were not completely sure. After all, the Taishaman was still a terrifying behemoth. Although any sect would not be afraid of them, it was still slightly insufficient to say that they could really be evenly matched. Sometimes they could not completely fall out with each other. There was no room for negotiation. To the surprise of the Taishaman high level, the positions of all the missing female cultivators all pointed in one direction. Several high-level people speculated in that direction and immediately realized that there might be a little trouble. That direction was clearly the direction of the palace of the young sect master, Li Liheng. At this moment, the special eye of the heaven and earth infinite spirit suppressing formation had been opened, and the spiritual power in the formation was slowly flowing into the eye of the formation. Yang Lan, who had been staring nervously, finally let go of his heart completely. At this moment, it was impossible to stop the eye of the formation, and with the protection of the eye of the formation, even the Supreme Elder could not rush in to take him and Yang Lan. Sect Master Li and several core elders took the representatives of the major sect and flew together to the place where the missing female cultivators were. The inner mountain gate of the Taishaman was only a few hundred miles away from here. It didn't even take half an hour to fly on the sword. Greetings, Sect Master. Greetings, elders. Seeing Sect Master Li and several core elders appear at the same time, the servants who served the young sect master immediately saluted respectfully. Over the years, the sect master and the core elders had come over at the same time more than once or twice, and they had become accustomed to it. Several core elders of the Taishaman were all frowning at the moment. The traces of the missing cultivators indicated by the life source spirit tablet in their hands were also here, but they had been here more than once or twice, but they had never seen any strangers appear. Even if they used their spiritual awareness to explore now, they did not find any strange spiritual awareness. What was going on? Where is the young sect master? Sect master Li ignored these servants and asked directly with a sullen face. Reporting to the sect master, after the young sect master punished manager Yang the day before yesterday, he retreated by himself and has not come out until now. A servant immediately replied, cleverly, retreat. Sect master, Li frowned again. Li Liheng's cultivation of the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method was very important to the sect. It was not a good thing to disturb his retreat at will. However, the traces of those missing cultivators obviously pointed to here. Now the representatives of the major sect were also waiting for him to give an explanation. It seemed that if Li Liheng did not come out to explain, it would not be so easy to get through. While thinking about it, suddenly a core elder's face changed greatly, and he exclaimed, "How could it be?" He suddenly rushed into the quiet room where Li Liheng retreated. Chapter 1395. Seeing the elder's behavior, Sect Master Li and several other elders were stunned, and they immediately found the abnormality with their spiritual awareness. Li Liheng, who should have been in retreat, seemed to be lying on the ground, unconscious. How was this a retreat? When the representatives of the major sect who followed saw the situation, they couldn't care less about the blatant use of spiritual awareness in the territory of Taishaman. They all released their spiritual awareness and found the abnormality of Li Liheng. Sect Master Li, the young sect master, is sick, but the things around the young sect master, it's better not to touch them easily. Yin Yang Demon Schools, Lady Fanghua said directly. She was a member of the demon sect, and she has never dealt with Taishaman. She was not afraid of offending Taishaman, and she said what others wanted to say but did not dare to say. Why, Lady Fanghua, are you still afraid of my Taishaman favoritism? Sect Master Li was furious, and the killing intent in his eyes flashed away. If it weren't for so many people, he would have killed Lady Fanghua long ago. How could he let her speak like this in front of him? Sect Master Li, although Lady Fanghua's words are rude, there is a certain truth. Eldermen of the Green Jade Immortal Island at this moment jumped out to be a good person. Since everyone has doubts, Sect Master Li should avoid suspicion a little bit, so that everyone can rest assured. Okay, let's go in together. Sect Master Li almost wanted to attack the leader of the Taishaman sect in the Taishaman Inner Mountain Gate. When has he suffered this kind of anger? If the representatives of the major sect can't find any evidence this time, then the Taishaman will never give up. Under the supervision of so many people's spiritual awareness at the same time, even if it was the Supreme Elder, it was impossible to play tricks in full view of the public. The Elder who rushed in also understood this. As a high-level core, he also knew the importance. He only paid attention to Li Lihing's body and did not touch anything on Li Lihing's body, so as not to leave any evidence for the representatives of the major sect. At this moment, Li Lihing had completely lost his consciousness and was lying limply on the ground. No matter how the Elder called out to him, he could not wake up, other than the Taishaman. The rest of the people who came in were not interested in Li Lihing's condition at all. They only cared about something else, Li Lihing's Qiankuan bracelet. As the young master of the Taishaman, he naturally would not use a low-grade Cosmos bag. This Cosmos bracelet had been refined by a Grand Supreme expert. Not only was it extremely spacious and safe, but it also had a protective function. Normally, it was in the shape of a wrist guard, which made it convenient for Li Lihing to access the items inside at any time. All the natal spirit tablets pointed to the Cosmos bracelet. Even Sect Master Li and several other core elders had noticed this. At this time, Sect Master Li and several elders' hearts sank. Those missing people were in Li Lihing's Cosmos bracelet. It seemed that the Taishaman were in big trouble this time. The Cosmos bracelet was taken down and placed in front of everyone. In order to avoid suspicion, Sect Master Li found a low-level servant from outside to do this. This servant's cultivation base was only at the foundation establishment stage. It was impossible to open Li Lihing's Cosmos bracelet, and under the eyes of everyone, it could not be faked at all. At this time, an elder helped Li Lihing up and examined him carefully. With this inspection, the elders all turned pale with fright. Li Lihing seemed to have suffered from qi deviation. Not only was the spiritual energy in his body in a mess, but even his knowledge, was nearly destroyed. He couldn't wake up at all. It must be said that Yang Lan's arrangement was very clever. At this time, several elders did not find the most serious problem. In fact, Li Lihing had been completely crippled. His sea of consciousness seemed to be only half destroyed, but in fact it was a complete mess inside. Even if the great principal golden immortal came, he could not recover for him. The importance of Li Lihing to the Taishaman was self-evident. Others did not understand. But how could the core senior members of the Taishaman who were present not understand? At this moment, they could no longer care about anything else. It was important to save Li Lihing first. As long as Li Lihing could be safe and sound, they could continue to maintain the communication with Senior Lefengzi in the spiritual world. The Taishaman would have an unbreakable backing. As for the trouble in front of them, several core senior members understood that even if it was troublesome, the Taishaman would not be unable to resist it. At worst, they would put down their statuses, give enough face to the major sect, and give enough compensation, under the benefits, who would not be tempted. When the Taishaman recovered in the future, they would settle today's humiliation one by one. At this moment, how could several senior members of the Taishaman not see that the missing female cultivators were definitely related to Li Lihing? Maybe Li Lihing was young and frivolous and lacked self-control, so he abducted some beautiful female cultivators for double cultivation. In the end, it was just a young sect master who was lecherous. As long as no one was killed, everything was fine. Speaking of which, it was also the fault of Sect Master Li and several core elders for being too arrogant and willful towards Li Lihing. Li Lihing's previous performance was absolutely amazing. He communicated with Senior Lefengzi in the spiritual world using the cross-border spiritual spirit cultivation method, which brought a lot of benefits to the sect. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Liheng was already the next sect master of the Taishamen. With this mentality, everyone turned a blind eye to some of Li Liheng's daily actions. Even when Li Liheng brazenly roped in some experts to strengthen his own power, the higher-ups turned a blind eye to it. The future of the entire sect belonged to Li Liheng. What was the point of recruiting a few masters at this time? They even deliberately told some important figures in their own faction to be on good terms with Li Liheng. If the top leaders had such an attitude, the attitude of the lower ranks could be imagined. As a result, the power of the young sect master in the sect could almost cover the sky with one hand. Even when he abducted beautiful female cultivators from other sect, the senior leaders did not hear a word about it. From another point of view, this did not necessarily mean that Li Liheng really had the means and was definitely qualified to be the future sect master of the Taishamen. He was so outstanding now. In the future, when he really took power, wouldn't the Taishamen unify the world? What was amazing talent? This was it. At this moment, the senior leaders of the Taishamen had not realized the seriousness of the problem, but they had enough psychological preparation. This time it would not be so easy to pass, and even they would lose a lot of face. Their own young sect master had made such a big trouble. If they did not show the first attitude, not give enough face to others, and not give enough compensation, how could the major sect let it go? 2 elders took care of Li Liheng, and the other elders and sect master faced the representatives of the major sect. In front of everyone, an elder carefully and slowly opened the interspatial bracelet and took out the things in it one by one. However, when he got a magic treasure that looked like a small courtyard model, the elder's face suddenly changed. Chapter 1396. The courtyard model looked like an Immortal's cave magic weapon at first glance. When he got the magic weapon, the elder had subconsciously explored it with his spiritual awareness, and immediately found the situation in the Immortal's cave. "Elder Lu, please be gentle." There were more than 20 great Ascension stage experts from all the major sects, and all of them were closely watching Elder Lu's movements. How could they not see his abnormality just now? Immediately, someone spoke up to remind him, which was also a warning. Elder Lu glanced at Sect Master Li, and Sect Master Li and the other 2 elders nodded as if they had accepted their fate. From a psychological point of view, they already knew that this matter must have something to do with Li Liheng. It was nothing more than young people being lecherous. It was not a contradiction that could not be solved. In the eyes of the surrounding people, Elder Lu sighed and opened the magic weapon of the Immortal's cave. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they immediately saw the situation inside the Immortal's cave. With just one glance, everyone almost broke out. Inside the Immortal's cave, there were nearly 200 naked women, all of whom looked like they had been raped countless times. All of their eyes were dull, as if they were walking corpses. Elder Li, Sister Lu, Hall Master Long, Elder Bei. A series of voices came out from the mouths of the representatives of the sect, and they had recognized the identity of those naked women one by one. As the exclamations increased, the curses began to sound. The next actions of the representatives of the sect really made several high-level Taishamen feel ashamed. Each of them took out some dresses, and those who didn't use some cloth or leather to wrap all the naked women's bodies. Now the high-level Taishamen noticed that the representatives of the major sect were all women, and they had expected this scene. "What a thief! You're insane!" A series of curses passed to the ears of the high-level Taishamen, but at this moment they could not refute anything and could only listen quietly. Since it had already happened, there was no point in quibbling. The only thing to consider now was how to end this matter. The sect had committed such an atrocious act. If word of this got out, the reputation of the Taishamen would hit rock bottom. The dignified leader of the Tao sect was actually a pervert. How could the Taishamen raise their heads in the future? If it was an ordinary disciple who did such a despicable thing, there would be no need to think about it. They would kill him, first to atone for their crimes before talking about anything else. However, the one who did this was the young sect master Li Liheng. Even if they did not look at anything else, they had to consider the realm-crossing, spiritual cultivation technique that he cultivated. It had been at least tens of thousands of years since anyone had successfully cultivated the trans-realm spiritual refinement art, which allowed one to communicate with the spiritual realm. Putting everything else aside, just based on the guidance Li Liheng had brought to everyone through Senior Lu Fingzi, as well as the various benefits he had brought to the Taishaman's rapid development in the past few hundred years. Just based on this point alone, they had to carefully consider how they should treat Li Liheng. In the mind of Sect Master Li, I don't know how many thoughts flashed through in an instant. Li Liheng must be protected, but how to protect him was a problem. Perhaps they could use the method of substituting a fake Li Liheng to kill the people, and then let Li Liheng change his face and take over the Taishaman with another identity. In any case, the trans-realm spiritual cultivation technique could not be lost. As long as one day they could contact Senior Lu Fingzi, one day Taishaman would have the capital to make a comeback. In the hearts of several high-level members, they didn't know how many times they had scolded Li Liheng. If he was lustful, then so be it. Could it be that there were no beautiful female disciples in the sect? Why did he have to provoke the female cultivators of other sects? Moreover, the low-level disciples were not allowed. They must be Yuanying stage ancestors and Deshang stage masters. Was this not enough trouble for the sect? Sect Masterly, what else do you have to say? Elder Min almost broke out. Elder Bei and Elder Lu, who had been missing for a long time, were found in Taishaman and became like this. In particular, the two of them were the traders of the Green Jade Immortal Island. What was the intention of the Taishaman to accept them? Some things really did not dare to go into depth. At least several major sect members, including the Taishaman themselves, knew that Lu Ziwei was actually Zhao Ziwei, the daughter of the Zhao family's patriarch. The problem was that the Zhao family manor was destroyed. Except for Yang Chen's family, there were no survivors. How did Elder Bei and Lu Ziwei fall into the hands of the Taishaman? Could it be that the Taishaman had long colluded with the Zhao family? The sect has an unworthy disciple. I have nothing to say. Sect Masterly sighed and lowered his head. Now the lower the attitude, the less it would arouse the anger of the major sect. In any case, they had to pass this hurdle first. Is it just an unworthy disciple? The elder of the Qinkuan sect suddenly interjected at this moment. What do you mean? Elder Lu immediately asked. What they saw in front of them was obviously the matter of the young sect master Li Liheng alone. Did they want to involve other people? Look at what this is. The elder of the Qinkuan sect suddenly threw a piece of jade slip in his face and almost shouted in a hysterical tone. The merit of the young sect master is meager. According to the records of merit rewards, the Taishaman really have many masters. So many masters have been dispatched to help the young sect master hunt for beauties. I admire. When everyone was shocked by so many women in front of them, the elder of the Qinkuan sect had been staring at the rest of the things in Li Liheng's Qinkuan bracelet. Just looking at a piece of jade slip, he couldn't help it anymore and immediately broke out. Recorded on the jade slip was the time and place where the female cultivator was brought back. Everything was very clear. Almost all the naked women found here were recorded. When the elder of the Qinkuan sect broke out, everyone recovered. So many masters of the Yuanying stage and Deshang stage were captured quietly. How could the young sect master, Li Liheng, do it alone? Just looking at those records, there are at least more than hundreds of Yuanying stage masters, dozens of Deshang stage masters, and even more than a dozen great elders involved. This list alone included at least a quarter of the masters of the Taishaman. If the Taishaman wanted to use Li Liheng to carry the matter, it was simply a dream. The nightmare did not seem to be over at all. Just when Sect Master Li and several core elders were still racking their brains about how to deal with the situation in front of them, a rescued Deshang stage female cultivator suddenly said a few words intermittently. "Save me. He cultivates. Devil Heart Sutra." This female cultivator's cultivation base was high enough. Although she has been used as a cauldron by Li Liheng for decades, she has not been completely wasted, and there was still a trace of consciousness. At this time, when she saw the familiar face, she immediately asked her elder for help. Hearing the words Devil Heart Sutra, Sect Master Li's eyes turned black and he almost fainted to the ground. Chapter 1397. As early as a long time ago, Li Liheng cried and begged Senior Lu Fingzi to show him the way to improve his spiritual awareness cultivation. Because Li Liheng cultivated the spatial spiritual awareness cultivation method, his spiritual awareness cultivation was unique and there was no good way to improve his spiritual awareness. Senior Lu Fingzi thought about it for a long time before saying a Devil Heart Sutra. However, Senior Lu Fingzi did not agree with Li Liheng's cultivation method at all. Not only did Senior Lu Fingzi disagree, even after hearing Li Liheng's retelling, Sect Master Li and several core elders all disagreed after understanding the Devil Heart Sutra. Devil Heart Sutra, that was a kind of devil's art. Not to mention that Taishimin, as the leader of the Tao sects, should not be allowed to cultivate it. Even in the demon sects, the Devil Heart Sutra was also a taboo cultivation method. Taishimin had a predecessor who killed the devil and killed the guy who cultivated the Devil Heart Sutra, but got the Devil Heart Sutra cultivation method. After bringing it back, it was put on the shelf and ordinary people were not allowed to see it at all. It was only kept as a record. After understanding the description of this kind of cultivation method, Sect Master Li personally ordered that Li Liheng was not allowed to think about it. This kind of cultivation method of harming others to benefit oneself was absolutely against the harmony of heaven and earth. How could the young sect master of Taishimin cultivate this kind of cultivation method? Moreover, with Li Liheng's situation, with the step-by-step guidance of Senior Lu Fingzi, how could he cultivate this kind of cultivation method? Who knows how Li Liheng dared to secretly check this cultivation method and even began to cultivate it. At first, Sect Master Li and the others thought that Li Liheng was just lustful, so he captured these female cultivators. But now they realized that Li Liheng was simply using these female cultivators as cauldrons to improve his spiritual consciousness cultivation. No wonder Li Liheng, who was only in the middle Yuanying stage, already had the spiritual awareness of the middle Deshang stage. It turned out to be the credit of the Devil Heart Sutra. This time, why did these female cultivators become like this? There was a very reasonable and irrefutable explanation. The woman just now was the first. Soon, one after another, several female cultivators in the Deshang stage began to intermittently identify that they were used as cauldrons of the Devil Heart Sutra. I was not strict enough and was deceived by others. I am responsible for such a thing. At this moment, Sect Master Li's face was pale, and he was no longer as righteous as before. Even the form of address had changed to this one. Thinking back to the past, when was the dignified leader of the Taishimin sect, not high and mighty. Calling himself this one was already giving face to others. When had he ever modestly called himself this one? Sect masterly means that you plan to just admit your mistake and let it go. The people from the evil cult were not people who were easy to get along with. Since they had seized the Taishimin's weakness, there was no way they would let them go so easily. If they did not take advantage of the situation to attack, when would they do so? We, the Taishimin, will not cover up for all the disciples involved. Hand them over and let everyone deal with them. At this time, Sect Master Li also showed his ruthless character. The matter could not be suppressed anymore, and handing over Li Liheng could not calm the situation. They could only deal with all the guys who had made little contribution in exchange for the buffer time of the Taishimin. Although those people added up already had a quarter of the strength of the Taishimin. At this moment, if it was not done well, they would end up being attacked by the major sect. It was better to lose some of their strength than to be besieged. Sect Master Li made a prompt decision and cut off his wrist. Everything would be discussed later. Sect Master Li had to promise to deal with them on the spot, and he would hand them over to the major sect to deal with. Although these representatives of the sect seemed to come alone, everyone could understand that there must be someone behind them waiting for the news. Once something went wrong, they would all attack immediately. That was still external preparation. Elder Li believed that every representative of the sect present had an Immortal's cave magic treasure, and there were at least a lot of masters of the sect waiting for them. If the Taishaman didn't give a reasonable explanation, it was not impossible for everyone to turn against them immediately. Sect Master Li would never allow such a thing to happen. The foundation of the sect must not be destroyed by them. Now, even if they had to endure humiliation, they had to keep the sect. There was still a green mountain, and there was no need to worry about firewood. The future was long, and there was plenty of time to settle the accounts. The representatives of the major sect were a little embarrassed at the moment. The current performance of the Taishaman gave them almost no reason to attack. Although there was no problem with a group attack, what would happen in the spiritual world and the immortal world? Just as everyone was hesitating, a person spoke, but it directly made Sect Master Li's decision to cut his tail to survive go to waste. Elder Bei Shuangyu of the Green Jade Immortal Island, because she was shocked by Yang Chen at the beginning. She was scared and unable to make a move for hundreds of years. In addition, the Taishaman wanted to know the secrets of the Green Jade Immortal Island from Bei Shuangyu's mouth. At that time, Li Lihing volunteered that he could hypnotize Bei Shuangyu and let Bei Shuangyu speak. Based on this reason, Li Lihing did not make a move on Bei Shuangyu, but gradually used the Devil Heart Sutra method to torture the secrets of the Green Jade Immortal Island, leading to Bei Shuangyu being in the best state now. The influence of Yang Qin had completely passed, and Bei Shuangyu was smart enough to keep a hand, pretending to be dementia, so that she could maintain a relatively good situation. However, she was only a little better than other female cultivators. For the time being, she has not been destroyed into a madman. She has retained a little bit of her sanity, but her whole body's cultivation base has been abolished, and it is impossible to recover. However, the words that came out of Bei Shuangyu's mouth made all the representatives of the sect present angry. These female cultivators were not only abused by Li Liheng as a furnace, but also tortured a lot of secrets of their respective sect after being controlled. This was also Li Liheng's own small calculation. The torture of Bei Shuangyu was known to the sect, but the other female cultivators in the sect did not know. Li Liheng asked and slowly released the news in the future. This was all credit. Sect Master Li and the others really didn't know about the other female cultivators. But Bei Shuangyu clearly remembered that she had met Sect Master Li and several core elders after she woke up. If Sect Master Li and the others could still blame everything on Li Liheng and pretend that they didn't know about it, then Bei Shuangyu's identification in this situation directly made Sect Master Li and the others unable to shirk the responsibility. Sect Master Li, what do you mean by this? Elder Min's hand had already been placed on the magic weapon of the Immortal's cave that she carried with her, and at the same time, her life-flying sword was also faintly revealed, and she directly asked Sect Master Li. Not only Sect Master Li, but the representatives of the other sect, their performance was almost the same. Everyone's eyes were all fixed on the core executives of the Taishaman sect, waiting for their answer. Everyone already knew in their hearts that the next moment was the time to turn hostile. Chapter 1398. Sect Master Li and several core elders were now suffering. At that time, the Zhao family manor was destroyed, and Bei Shuangyu and Zhao Ziyu were blown up by the violent explosion. It happened to be in the direction of the team they sent to search for Tao Junkie. That was luck, not their initiative. Since it was a delicacy delivered to the door, the Taishamen were of course like a treasure. A core elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, of course, would not let it go easily. Unexpectedly, this side was revealed in front of Elder Bay, but now it was confirmed that they were involved in it. At this time, Elder Lee and a few others, it was estimated that they had mouths all over their bodies, and they couldn't explain it clearly. How could the enraged elders of the major sects easily believe their explanation? These elders who saw the tragic situation of their own female disciples with their own eyes, there was only one concept in their minds. The high-level Taishamen directly took action and ordered the masters of their own sect to capture these female disciples. After torturing the secrets of the sect, they would throw them to their young sect master to cultivate the Devil Heart Sutra as a furnace. From the situation that had just been discovered, this inference could not be established. At this point, the representatives of the major sect understood it, and the high-level Taishamen also understood it. The major sect was about to take action, but the Taishamen couldn't bear such a result. In the face of this situation, sect master Lee of the Taishamen couldn't help but sigh. My sect has an unworthy disciple, and it has implicated the sect, but I can swear by my heart demon that Elder Bay's matter is absolutely a coincidence, and my sect has absolutely no intention of targeting all parties. The Taishamen did not target all parties. Even sect master Lee himself did not believe this, but at this moment he had to make this gesture. Although this heart demon oath was made, sect master Lee was already doomed to die, but that was also a matter of the future. At this moment, in any case, he could not let the Taishamen become the target of public criticism. When the Taishamen sect leader Lee said so, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Right now, it was easy to fall out with the Taishamen. It was even easy to gather the power of the major sect to destroy the Taishamen. However, the problem was what to do when they arrived in the spiritual world and the celestial world. Without sufficient reason, the Xiantian sect could not accept the one-sided story of Elder Bay. Whether to make a move or not, everyone was hesitant. Although the various parties had fantasized more than once about the beautiful scene of the Taishamen annihilating the Taishamen sect, when things came to a head, they had to be very cautious. In the end, the Taishamen were not just the Taishamen. There was also a behemoth in the spiritual world and the immortal world, the Xiantian sect. Everyone had to hesitate. Don't look at the fact that all the representatives present were decisive characters on weekdays. They would not frown even if they killed a master of the Deshang stage. But in the face of the current situation, no one could be decisive. Killing an enemy master and starting a war against a sect of the Taishamen were two completely different things. As long as they made a move, it would be a situation of life and death. The monster race of the demon sect was still okay. Everyone had hatred on weekdays. But if the other four Tao sects joined forces with the demon sect to start a war against the Taishamen, it would be a big deal. No one dared to take on such a big responsibility. The same was true for the people of the demon sect. It was one thing to kill one or two masters of the Taishamen, but it was another thing to fight to the death with the Taishamen, especially when the other party swore with their heart demons and they only had a one-sided witness. When the Xiantian sect of the spiritual world and the immortal world investigated, Bei Shuangyu was a traitorous disciple. Who knew if it was a conspiracy designed by the Green Jade Immortal Island against the Taishamen? In the end, it was still a lack of confidence and insufficient evidence. Although it could now be said that Li Liheng couldn't escape the responsibility, it was still debatable to really involve the top leaders of the Taishamen. The people of the major sect in front of him had concerns. How could the cunning sect master Li not see it? How could he not seize such a good opportunity? Even the oath of the heart demons had been made against his will. If he didn't keep the Taishamen, wouldn't it be a waste of his own efforts? Fellow Taoists, things are too sudden, and I can't give you an answer immediately. Sect Master Li took advantage of everyone's hesitation and said directly, "Here, I will say it first. No matter what the result of today's matter is, I will let you deal with it in the future, and the Taishamen will have no objection. Now everyone is also emotional, so I dare to ask you to withdraw and calm down first. All things the Taishamen will definitely give you an explanation. The Taishamin had led the Tao sects for many years. At this moment, Sect Master Li stood up, made the oath of the heart demons, and said such sincere words. The representatives of the major sect couldn't help but hesitate. Lady Fenghua's face was full of anger, but her heart was unusually calm. She coldly looked at these temporary companions around her. Such a good opportunity, but the representatives of the sect behaved like this. It was really despicable. Of course, this was also related to the temporary establishment of their alliance. In particular, the enemies of the past were now united, so everyone would inevitably be on guard in their hearts. Who knew if everyone would rush forward to destroy the Taishamin? In the next moment, would the Yin-Yang Demon School be used as a scapegoat and then destroyed to give an explanation to the Xiantian sect? Under this kind of mutual vigilance and mutual unease, even if it was a good opportunity, it would be lost. It was a pity that her beloved had tried his best to use Li Junyu to set up a trap. If she couldn't complete it in one fell swoop, it would be a big trouble in the future. Fortunately, Yang Chen had already told her not to let her be the first bird to stand out. Even if she encountered such a thing, she didn't have to worry. In this way, it seemed that her beloved had other ways to make the Taishamin fall into his trap. Thinking of this, Lady Fenghua just looked around, but she didn't take the initiative to make a move, for fear of ruining her beloved's arrangement. Everyone was hesitant, but Sect Master Li had already seized the rare opportunity. After saying those words, he gave another core elder a look. The elder understood. His body didn't move, but his divine sense had already explored the distance and began to set up. In an instant, the representatives of the various parties, along with the rescued, naked female cultivators, suddenly felt their bodies being repelled by a powerful force, and they flew into the distance involuntarily. In the air, everyone could still hear Sect Master Li's voice. Fellow Taoists, don't be impatient. The Taishamin will definitely give you an explanation. It wasn't just these people. Even the cultivators who were visiting the Taishamin or discussing matters, as long as they weren't disciples of the Taishamin, all flew out of the Taishamin sect's gate. A large group of people didn't know what was going on and shouted in surprise. Someone immediately reacted and shouted, "This is the activation of the demon sealing array. It's blocking us outside the array." Chapter 1399. As soon as the representatives of the major sect heard about the demon sealing array, their hearts sank. If they were inside the demon sealing array, it was still possible to attack the masters who controlled the array eyes and break the demon sealing array. However, outside the demon sealing array, there was no chance at all. As soon as the Taishamin's demon sealing array was opened, all the people without the Taishamin token were pushed out of the array. Even if there were some spies from the major sect within the Taishamin, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to completely break the demon sealing array. Every sect had their own demon sealing array, so they naturally understood the power of the demon sealing array. Now, in the face of such an absolute barrier, while everyone was helpless, they couldn't help but blame Yang Qin. If Yang Qin hadn't sold the demon sealing array to the Taishamin, how could the Taishamin have such an opportunity? Then again, every sect had benefited, so they couldn't blame Yang Qin. A great opportunity had been lost while everyone was hesitating. Although some of the missing female disciples of their respective sect had been rescued, and the crimes of Li Liheng and a large number of Taishamin masters had been confirmed, it was a pity that the Taishamin seemed to be able to escape. Speaking of which, this time the Taishamin would definitely suffer great loss. From then on, their strength would be greatly reduced, and they would become one of the weakest sects among the major sections. However, a centipede died, but it would not be so easy to suppress the Taishamin in the future. Moreover, they would have to bear the counterattack of the Taishamin at any time. Everyone was a little regretful. If someone had taken the lead and attacked in the chaos, it would have been better. At such a close distance, Sect Leader Li and several core higher-ups would definitely not have been able to escape. If they died, even if the Taishamin had the demon sealing array, what could they do? Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret, so everyone could only accept this fact. But no matter what, this time, they couldn't let the Taishaman get away easily. They had to give everyone a satisfactory punishment before they could let it go. Otherwise, they would fight the Taishaman to the end, even if they had to face the revenge of the mysterious Heaven sect in the future. Among the Taishaman, Sect Master Li, and several core executives were already furious at this moment. They had never imagined that the young sect master Li Liheng, whom they had taken a fancy to, would actually cause such a huge disaster. They did not expect Li Liheng to be so daring as to cultivate the forbidden unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra in private. They didn't even need to investigate to be able to guess that it was definitely the guy in charge of the cultivation technique who allowed Li Liheng to look through the unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra in order to curry favor with the young sect master. However, Sect Master Li remembered that he had strictly ordered the young sect master not to look at it, and he had also given strict orders to the guy in charge of the cultivation method. How could he dare to violate it? After thinking about it, he immediately understood that it must be someone around Li Liheng who saw it and then transferred it to Li Liheng, and it was very likely that it was Yanglan. It was estimated that he had recently noticed that the wind was not right, so he would deal with Yanglan. Didn't that servant say that he had punished Chief Steward Yang? In this way, Li Liheng was a bit insightful, but unfortunately he was not perfect enough in handling things and did not clean up his hands, leaving opportunities for people to take advantage of. If it was Sect Master Li and the others, they would never leave so many flaws for people to trace to the interior of the sect. Sect Master Li and several core elders knew clearly that Sect Master Li was finished. He made a heart demon oath, even if he had passed the tribulation to Shang. But when he ascended, he would definitely be devoured by the heart demon, and the failure of the tribulation was the only end. It was impossible for the Taishaman not to suffer a serious injury this time. Since Sect Master Li has done this for the sect, now everyone must protect Li Liheng in any case, so that the sect can rise again. They believed that after this time, Li Liheng would also understand a lot of things, and would not be so ambitious and have any unorthodox thoughts. The appearance of Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei is too strange. The Zhao family was destroyed. Why can the two of them survive? Sect Master Li had recovered his original shrewdness at this moment, and soon grasped the most suspicious point in a series of things, and immediately ordered an investigation. The things that Li Liheng did could be guessed without even checking. In order to cultivate the Free Demon Heart Sutra, Li Liheng let people kidnap the female cultivators of the Yuanying and Deshang stages everywhere. The person who handled it must be Yanglan. When the time came, Yanglan would be killed. As long as his cultivation was almost the same, those female cultivators would also be killed, and there would be no evidence in the world that could accuse Li Liheng. Unfortunately, it was contrary to what he wanted. He didn't know which link went wrong, and the news was leaked, which aroused the suspicion of the major sect, and then there was such a thing. However, Li Liheng's inexplicable cultivation deviation was a bit troublesome, and Yang Chen was needed to cure it. It was just that Li Liheng's cultivation was good. How could he suddenly be possessed? Send a letter to the great elders. In this critical period, they need half of their people to stay in the sect. Sect Master Li couldn't think about it more now, and he had to settle the Taishaman first. The demon seal array was not enough insurance, and dozens of great elders were needed. A series of things were ordered, and half a day had passed. In half a day, everyone unconsciously felt that the surrounding spiritual power seemed to be a lot richer, but the busy people did not notice it. Suddenly, someone noticed this, and soon everyone in Taishaman discovered this change. Sect Master Li was the same, but he knew a lot, and soon realized that this was the effect of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Formation. Speaking of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Formation, if the special formation I was activated, it could directly send a cultivator in the Qi refining stage to the realm of ascension. If one strength was strong enough, and there was a great elder at the level of great elders, Could they ignore the backlash of the heart demon oath? Everyone was afraid of death, especially the sect master of the greatest heaven sect, who was in a high position, but things forced him to do so. Once he found that he still had hope, he would immediately grasp that life-saving straw keenly. Now the increasingly rich spiritual power made him think of the method to use the special formation eye. As long as it was successful, he didn't have to worry about the heart demon oath at all. Wasn't it good? However, why was the spiritual power getting stronger and stronger? Sect Master Li was looking forward to it, and suddenly realized this problem. Could it be that the special formation I had been activated? Li Liheng's servant once mentioned that Li Liheng dealt with Yanglan and asked him to do an experiment. What experiment? Now that the spiritual power has changed so much, could it be the experiment of the special formation eye? Li Liheng also made a heart demon oath, could it be? The more he thought about it, the more cold sect master Li's heart became. This Li Liheng was really bold. He was so presumptuous. As he thought about it, he flew towards the special formation eye and wanted to see what was going on. At this moment, the representatives of the sect who were blocked outside the demon seal array suddenly found that the surrounding spiritual power seemed to have suddenly become a lot thinner, and a strong spiritual power flow was rushing towards the Taishaman. Chapter 1400. If it was just 1 or 2 streams of spiritual power, everyone wouldn't care. The problem was that the spiritual power that gathered was not just 1 or 2 streams. It was simply a torrent, and all of it was converging towards the Taishaman, not far away. Everyone present was a master, and the worst was at the early stage of the Mahayana realm, so they could easily detect the direction of the spiritual power. For this torrent of spiritual power, no one knew why. Everyone looked at each other, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Could it be that the Taishaman had to strengthen their defense because of what happened just now, so they were absorbing spiritual power from the surrounding environment? This could barely be explained. However, it was also very difficult to say it. The Taishaman itself was located on a large piece of good spiritual vein, so why bother to do this? The spiritual power in front of them didn't seem to be important, and at best it would weaken after a while. Everyone was in a dilemma about what to do next. Should they wait for a period of time, accept the explanation of the Taishaman, and then get a large amount of attractive compensation and never ask about this matter again? Or should they seize this point and collectively suppress the Taishaman to the point where they could no longer rebound, and it would be best to exterminate them? In any case, the Taishaman would definitely suffer a lot this time. Although the major sect had paid the price of a few female cultivators at the Yuanying and Mahayana stages, it was not an unbearable loss to make the Taishaman unable to recover from this setback. What should we do now? At first, it was a collective discussion, but now someone immediately asked. Because it was a temporary alliance, everyone's strength was equal, and there was no leader in an absolute leadership position, so everything could only be done through discussion. Maybe we can wait and see what price the Taishaman are willing to pay. The one who spoke was an elder of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, who was far away overseas and did not have much entanglement with the Central Plains Dao sects. If it weren't for the female cultivators in the alliance being kidnapped, they wouldn't be involved in this mess at all. For them, there was a loss, but they didn't have to face the Taishaman directly, so they were relatively inclined to keep the peace. We must not let the Taishaman get away with it so easily. This time it was a fellow monster clan who spoke, and he said with resentment, "It's best if we can kill them until they can't rise again." The gloomy voice came from the mouth of an elite from the evil cult, and his eyes did not hide his hatred for the Taishaman. Everyone spoke one after another, but no one came up with a common opinion. This had nothing to do with their determination to take down the Taishaman before they set off. Even though they were facing the same opponent, they wouldn't have the same opinion when it was against their own interests. Lady Fanghua, what does Yin Yang Demon School mean? The elder of Wuji Demon School could not help but urge Lady Fanghua when he saw that the Demon Gate suggestion was slightly inferior because she had not spoken. Lady Fanghua's gaze was fixed on the Taishaman, and she did not speak for a long time. Her actions attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the Taishaman, wanting to know what Lady Fanghua was looking at. The spiritual power on the Taishaman's side is getting stronger. Lady Fanghua suddenly said this, and then she closed her eyes. After feeling for a while, she said, "The spiritual power in the direction of the Taishaman is getting stronger." This time, everyone began to pay attention to the spiritual power that was crazily rushing toward the Taishaman. Soon, everyone realized that if the spiritual power that was rushing toward the Taishaman was a small stream, it had now become a big river, and it seemed that it was still getting stronger. What kind of spirit gathering formation could have such an effect? The masters of the Deshang stage who were present all frowned. Without saying anything, Lady Fanghua directly used the magic treasure of the Immortal's cave on her body, released the hidden masters in the magic treasure, and put on the posture of an elder of Yin Yang Demon School. She directly ordered dozens of masters, "Go and check out the range of the spiritual power absorption in this direction." A group of masters of Yin Yang Demon School felt a little bit of the situation in front of them and immediately flew away in one direction at high speed. With so many people, it was easy to detect the movement tens of thousands of miles away if they used the spiritual sense relay to pass the message. The practice of Yin Yang Demon School reminded everyone, and they immediately released their masters to explore in all directions. Basically, every sect was exploring in the direction of their own sect, and they always wanted to find out if these things had affected their own sect. The gathering of spiritual power continued, and Sect Masterly and several core executives of Taishaman were very pleased to see that the spiritual power in the Taishaman Mountain Gate was getting stronger and stronger, but at the same time they were worried that this growing spiritual power would have any adverse impact on the sect. It must be known that Senior Lu Fingzi had repeatedly exhorted them not to use the special eye of the formation. Now young Sect Master Li Liheng was so bold that he directly threw his chief steward into the eye of the formation to do an experiment. If the impact was not great, it would be fine. If it caused a misunderstanding among those who had just left the sect, it would be one disaster after another for Taishaman. Unfortunately, now that the eye of the formation was launched, it could no longer be stopped. Otherwise, Sect Master Li would definitely stop the universe everlasting spirit suppression formation to be safe. However, worrying was just worrying. Sect Master Li might not have a little bit of luck in his heart. If the eye of the formation was really as magical as Senior Lu Fingzi said, then his own heart demon oath might not bind him at all. However, ordinary Taishaman disciples did not know this. They only understood one thing now, that the spiritual power in the sect was getting stronger and stronger, so much so that it exceeded the concentration of spiritual power by several times. Cultivating in this environment was simply twice the result with half the effort. For 10 consecutive days, the spiritual power that poured into Taishaman had exceeded the sum of the spiritual power overflowing from the spiritual veins of Taishaman in the past 1,000 years. But the spiritual power was still pouring in. What was rushing up from all directions was no longer a river of spiritual power, but a raging tide of spiritual power. It was like a raging sea, and wave after wave of spiritual power crazily squeezed into the universe, everlasting spirit suppression, formation of Taishaman. Countless Taishaman disciples who were trapped in the bottleneck period were pleasantly surprised to find that the bottleneck that had troubled them originally no longer existed under this extremely rich spiritual power. All the bottlenecks seemed to be directly broken by the overwhelming torrent, and with their own spiritual power, they rushed to the next peak. In just 10 days, the average strength of all the disciples of Taishaman had been improved by a small realm, and there were thousands of people who broke through the realm above the Jiran stage. Chapter 1401. Unlike the Taishaman, the other sects other than Taishaman were all in chaos. Whether it was a big sect or a small sect, they suddenly found that the spiritual power provided by their own sect's spiritual veins was getting less and less. At first, it was only a slight reduction of 10%. Later, after 10 days, it had lost more than 50% of the spiritual power. The loss of 50% of the spiritual power meant that the spiritual veins of the sect were basically wasted by half. How could this be? When Yang Qin was in the East China Sea, he let the spiritual power of several main spiritual veins of the green jade Immortal Island drop by 20%, which had already caused panic in the green jade Immortal Island. After an investigation, now all the spiritual veins' spiritual power had dropped by more than 50%, which was definitely a disaster. But this was not the end. The rate of spiritual power decline was still accelerating, and people who cultivated on the spiritual veins could clearly discover this. Of course, they also found that the spiritual power of their own sect's spiritual veins was rushing madly in one direction. It was precisely because of this that the spiritual power that could be used for cultivation was so deficient. What happened? All the big and small sects' eyes were all in a daze, and they had no clue. The only thing they could do was to follow the direction of the spiritual power and see where the spiritual power was going and why it was like this. Without waiting for the super sect waiting outside the Taishaman to report back the complete investigation results, the masters of the small sect that came close to them had already told them what had happened. And after these people tracked to the vicinity of the Taishaman, they couldn't believe their eyes. The spiritual veins of their own sect were actually being madly seized by the Taishaman. Back and forth for another 10 days this time, even without the report of all the investigation masters. The masters who were gathered on the scene already knew what had happened. The number one sect of the Dao sects, the Taishaman, who had always claimed to be the leader of the Dao sects, were using an unimaginable way that no one knew to grab the spiritual power of the world. Although the area where these masters were located could absorb spiritual power at any time, it was also the spiritual power that came from the surroundings and passed by. The original spiritual power in this area was almost completely absorbed by the Taishaman. That was the case at close range, but from a distance, it was only a matter of time before it was completely absorbed by the tide of spiritual power. If the Taishaman did not stop this kind of looting, then there would be no place in the world for them to cultivate other than the Taishaman. How was this snatching spiritual power? This was clearly cutting off the hope of cultivation for everyone in the world. At this moment, the representatives of the super sects who besieged the greatest heaven sect at the beginning regretted it to the extreme. It was because of their hesitation that they gave the greatest heaven sect such a chance to breathe. What was even more hateful was that the Taishaman kept saying that they would give everyone an explanation. But in the end, they pushed everyone into a bottomless abyss. Without the spiritual veins and the spiritual power that could be absorbed from the outside world, what was the use of a big sect? Didn't they just watch the Taishaman live a comfortable life while their own sect waited for death? Just this one move had completely pushed the Taishaman to the position of the public enemy of the world. At this time, whether it was the Dao sects, the demon sects, the demon clan, or the rogue cultivators alliance, they no longer hesitated. They gathered all the masters in the world. No matter what, they had to eliminate the Taishaman completely. They could not leave any chance of survival for them. Being merciful to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. The previous mistake made by the super sect had brought such a serious future trouble to themselves. It was enough to make such a mistake once. It had to be said that after the Taishaman obtained the formation map of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation, their ambition was really great. Over the course of hundreds of years, their masters had stepped on every inch of land in the mortal world. They did not even let go of the vast sea. They had left separate formations everywhere to collect idle spiritual power. Now, after hundreds of years of arrangement, they could finally enjoy the rich results. Within the range of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spirit Suppression Formation, the density of the spiritual power had exceeded 10 times or even 100 times that of the past. If Yang Chen was there, he would definitely understand that the spiritual pressure in the Taishaman's mountain gate was only a step away from the level of the spiritual realm. Under such strong spiritual pressure, Even if one did not cultivate, the spiritual pressure from the outside world would automatically push the spiritual power into the cultivator's body. At this time, if it was combined with one's own cultivation method, the effect could not be described as twice the result with half the effort. It was like a pie falling from the sky. It was a golden pie falling directly into one's stomach, and one would not even need to chew it. In just 1 month, the number of Teshuvah disciples who had broken through had exceeded thousands. If it was not for the demon sealing formation isolating the heavenly tribulation, there would have been countless heavenly tribulations descending at the same time. Outside the demon sealing formation of the Teshuvah, almost 60% of the sect's masters had gathered. When everyone present saw the situation of the Teshuvah and thought about the tragic situation of their own sect, there was only one thought left in everyone's mind. No matter what, they had to eradicate the Teshuvah. They could not wait for them to become more powerful. Otherwise, everyone in the world would have no way to survive. What did the Teshuvah want to do? Did they want all the cultivators in the mortal world to join the Teshuvah, and from then on, the Teshuvah would rule the world? According to the news that came from the celestial world, with the mysterious heaven sect's tyranny in the celestial world, this might really happen. Moreover, how could the people of the mortal world research such a perverted spirit-gathering formation? Since the Teshuvah did not give the people of the world a way to survive, then there was no need for the people of the world to treat the Teshuvah as the original leaders of the Tao sects. Now the Teshuvah were the public enemy of all the cultivators of the world. At this moment, the higher-ups of the Teshuvah had turned from being lucky to panic. If the heaven and earth everlasting origin suppression formations I continued like this, the spiritual power of the world would probably be gathered by the Teshuvah. If the Teshuvah could completely suppress all the cultivators of the world, it would be a wonderful thing. But now, it was a disaster for the Teshuvah. The only thing that could temporarily block all the cultivators of the world was the Teshuvah's demon-sealing formation. The higher-ups couldn't help but rejoice. Before the eye of the formation was activated, they had already bought the demon-sealing formation from Yang Qin and set it up. Perhaps with the addition of the spiritual power of the heaven and earth everlasting origin suppression formation, it was not impossible to block all the cultivators of the world. Under some conditions, a bad thing could become a good thing. If they could gather all the grand supreme elders of the Teshuvah here, with the spiritual power level here, they might be able to become peak human immortals. It would not be impossible for them to break through to the earth immortal realm. If this could continue, the Teshuvah might be able to completely trample on the other big sect and dominate the world. Chapter 1402. Almost all the masters of the sect in the world were rushing to Teshuvah. When they were blocked outside the demon-sealing array, Yang Chen and Gao Yu and Gong Sunling stood together in the demon-sealing array that Gong Sunling had just activated. As soon as the Teshuvah's formation eye was activated, the spiritual power of the world began to concentrate on Teshuvah. After realizing this, Yang Chen asked Gong Sunling to start the arrangement. In the Mountain River geographical map, Gong Sunling had already arranged a complete demon sealing array. What she had to do at the moment was to move the demon sealing array directly to the real world and put the small demon sealing array of Teshuvah in it. After planning for so long, how could Yang Qin and Gong Sunling go wrong at this time? Unsurprisingly, the two demon sealing arrays, one big and one small, were nested together. The inside was arranged by Teshuvah and the outside was arranged by Gong Sunling. The main function of Gong Sunling's demon sealing array was to trap the Teshuvah's supreme master and prevent them from gathering with the Teshuvah's people. At the same time, it would isolate all the heavenly retribution and any spiritual awareness exploration. Once the demon sealing array was activated, no one could know what was happening in the array from the outside except for Gong Sunling. You, a Ling, you wait outside. After hundreds of years of careful preparation, it was finally time to launch. Yang Chen held the immortal beheading blade in his hand and then calmly let Gao Yu and Gong Sunling leave. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling knew what their husband was going to do and understood that the two of them staying here would distract Yangqin, so no one insisted and left the demon's sealing array. Even to make Yangqin feel at ease, the two women directly entered the mountain river geographical map after leaving the demon sealing array. Yangqin looked at the small demon sealing array of the Taishaman not far away. He took a few deep breaths and walked forward, stabbing his saber into the demon's sealing array. The immortal beheading saber, which has fused with the core of the demon continent, has the ability to cut through space itself. More than 100 years ago, Yangqin could easily pierce the demon seal array in the Zhao family manner. Now it is even easier to break through the demon seal array. He simply made an opening in the minor demon sealing formation of the Taishaman that was big enough for Yangqin to enter and exit. Yangqin did not alarm anyone inside the demon sealing formation. With the cover of the sea jasper, Yangqin was able to easily enter the formation without being discovered by anyone. The special formation eye of the heaven and earth, limitless spirit suppressing formation, had just been activated, so the loss of spiritual power did not arouse the vigilance of the great masters in the lesser demon sealing formation. In particular, there was also a small universe, boundless origin suppression array set up here, and the spiritual power here was even denser than usual, so these grand elders wouldn't be able to detect anything amiss. Countless spiritual awareness threads were sent out from Yangqin's sea of consciousness and quickly covered the entire area. The situation of the great elders in the minor demon sealing formation at the moment was completely grasped by Yangqin. Xiao Tian had appeared silently in his hand, biting the handle of the immortal beheading saber in his mouth. Yangqin looked at the position of the great elder with the strongest cultivation base, and then began to launch fiercely. Boom! A black mist mixed with an extremely strong demonic aura erupted not far from the master, and the spreading black gas instantly filled the entire demon sealing formation. In the demon sealing formation, it became dark in an instant. A sharp killing intent came crashing down from the sky in the darkness, causing everyone in the formation to become absent-minded for a short period of time. Such a terrifying killing intent. Even the great elders could not bear it directly. The sudden absent-mindedness, coupled with the crazy invasion of the demonic aura, dozens of great elders fell into the trance of the heart demon attack. Even if someone had already woken up and was attacked, it was too late. The invasion of the demonic aura and killing intent continued, and Yangqin's next wave of attack had come without hesitation. Wang, wang, wang. 3 soul-stirring bell chimes rang out consecutively, adding insult to injury to the Grand Supreme experts who were already on the verge of qi deviation. There were more than a dozen shallow cultivators who were even directly stunned and lost consciousness. Until this moment, some people began to fight back and defend. In the demon sealing formation, these great masters seemed to be very familiar with the demon sealing formation. Yangqin did make a move next, and his body was quickly forced out of the demon sealing formation by a powerful force. It was the same situation as the representatives of the major sect in Taishaman who were forced out of the demon sealing formation. At this moment, Yangqin couldn't help but shout praise to these great masters. Under the triple attack of the demonic aura, killing intent, and the bell sounds, there were still people who could barely control the demon sealing formation. These old guys were really extraordinary. Although most of the killing intent of the blood river in Yangqin's sea of consciousness had been tempered into the immortal beheading blade, and the greatest effect of the immortal beheading blade would not be triggered if it didn't hit the enemy. But to have such endurance, it was at least a master above the 8th grade human immortal. The strongest guy, the great elder that Yangqin targeted the most, had even reached the 10th grade human immortal realm. It must be said that the foundation of Taishaman was too rich. There were masters who could stay in the mortal world and push their cultivation to the 10th grade human immortal realm, which was by no means an ordinary sect could do. For masters of this realm, even the demonic aura released by the core of the demon continent would only induce their inner demons, but it would not make them directly possessed. It wouldn't even take too long. After they adapted to this level of demonic aura, they would soon be able to launch a counterattack. Unfortunately, their good luck came to an end. Those masters may think that the demon ceiling formation was foolproof, and with the spiritual power condensed by the heaven and earth infinite essence suppression formation, it was enough to make the demon ceiling formation block any enemy outside. The wish was extremely beautiful, but the reality was extremely cruel. Yang Chen's figure was forced out of the demon ceiling formation, and he only took 3 steps back before he stood firm again. Subsequently, the immortal beheading blade in his hand suddenly turned into a giant blade with a length of tens of miles and slashed down at the demon's ceiling formation in front of him. The ability to cut the space brought by the refined core of the demon continent, coupled with the special effect bonus of Xiaotian, slashed heavily on the small demon's ceiling formation. The demon's ceiling formation, which made the great elders of Taishimen think it was an impregnable barrier, made the former black tortoise of the 4th grade Earth Immortal helpless, was as fragile as a piece of transparent tofu in front of the huge Immortal beheading blade. The blade cut through the demon's ceiling formation as if it was nothing. Boom! The huge blade directly cut through the space and slashed on the head of the most powerful Great Master. Yang Chan went in and suddenly launched such an attack in order to get the position of the strongest master and strive to be able to severely injure him with the first blow. All of this was for the sake of this saber strike. The great master of the 10th grade human immortal realm, who was caught off guard and fought back in a hurry, had just pushed the unknown enemy out of the demon's ceiling formation, but did not expect the blade to fall from the sky. Chapter 1403. A master was a master, especially this old guy. He didn't know how long he had stayed in the human world. The Greatest Heavens sect didn't know what kind of expensive price it cost to make him cultivate in the human world like in the spiritual world. This expert was forcibly sent to the realm of the 10th stage of the human immortal realm. If there was no black tortoise and the ultimate demonized demonic vine as a comparison, this old guy might be the most powerful expert in the human world. He could easily destroy the current Chunying Palace without any effort. The only thing he needed to worry about was that he would ascend immediately after making a move. Even though he was attacked by Yang Chen's devil chi, killing intent, and the bell, and was attacked in an unexpected situation, the expert of the 10th stage of the human immortal realm reacted instantly in the dark. The natal flying sword appeared directly above his head, and he did not retreat to meet the blade that was chopping down. In the mind of this grand supreme expert, there should be no magic weapon in the human world that could compete with his natal magic weapon. The natal magic weapon that had been refined for nearly 3,000 years, even if it was originally a pile of mud, had now become the most powerful treasure. Chi, the collision between the natal flying sword and the huge blade that was chopping down, was not as powerful as imagined. It only made a very slight sound. If one did not pay attention, they could not even hear such a small movement. However, although the sound of the collision was small, the Grand Supreme Elder let out an extremely tragic scream. His voice was full of extreme pain, as if something extremely tragic had happened. The natal flying sword of the human immortal realm expert was directly cut in half. The huge blade cut into half of the flying sword's blade. With an unparalleled aura, it chopped down along the original direction of the blade without any pause. Even though the Grand Supreme Expert did not hold back at all and used the full strength of the 10th stage of the human immortal realm to resist it, he could not shake the huge blade at all. He did not even manage to stop it. The power transmitted from the blade was so powerful that it made people despair. This was not counting the pain caused by the natal flying sword being cut in half. However, with this delay, the human immortal stage expert realized that he couldn't take the attack head-on. His figure flashed as he tried to dodge. Unfortunately, it was already too late for him to realize this. Even though he managed to dodge the first strike, he was still unable to dodge all the other blades. The huge blade cut off the Great Elder's left forearm with a kacha sound. With a boom, it cut deeply into the ground. What the great elder didn't expect was that he had only cut off his forearm, but all the blood in his body had been sucked clean by the blade in an instant. It was as if the blade could crazily suck blood. That was not all. The killing intent in the blade was so crazy that it scared the great elder so much that he lost consciousness. He lost control of his body and fell to the ground softly. However, there was more than one nightmare. Although his body had already collapsed, the injuries he suffered did not stop. The cut seemed to have been soaked in the strongest acid. The black liquid made a hissing sound, and in just a few breaths, the severed forearm and palm were melted into the black liquid. Even the arm did not escape the corrosion. In the blink of an eye, everything below the shoulder disappeared. 2 fire dragons flashed, and the great elder's body gave off the smell of cooked meat. Following this, 2 powerful waves of 5 elements chi rushed into his body, bringing with them an unstoppable aura. With an explosion, the great elder's body directly exploded into powder. Everything added up to only 3 breaths. The strongest great elder of the Taishaman was smashed into pieces by Yang Chen's blade, leaving no trace behind. The demon sealing formation that was hit by the immortal beheading blade made a cracking sound and split open from the middle. The demon sealing formation, which was said to have no other way but to break it from the inside, was cut into 2 by Yang Chen's blade. The entire formation was broken, and it could no longer restore its original function. The black devil chi was still spreading and wreaking havoc, but it was mixed with an extremely vicious black water. Wherever it went, a horrifying hissing sound that made one's teeth ache to the extreme could be heard. The most terrifying thing was that, in this black fog, the probing of the divine sense, which had always been an invincible weapon, was now directly limited to a range of more than 100 feet around the body. If there was any movement further away, it could no longer be detected. The dozens of great elders of the Taishaman were almost scared out of their wits at that moment. They had not fought for at least hundreds of years. Their bodies seemed to have rusted, and their battle consciousness had fallen into a dormant state. Who would have thought that someone would dare to touch the minds of dozens of great elders? The passive reaction and the screams of the strongest expert almost made half of them tremble. What could have happened to make the first elder, who could easily crush him to death, let out such a scream? Even the strongest expert was like that. How could they, who could only be regarded as small fries, deal with it? All of a sudden, a strong wind came from above their heads. Without thinking, everyone used a series of magic treasures to greet it. It was just that, this time, everyone had underestimated the opponent. The sound of wind above their heads was the aura of a mountain that stretched for dozens of miles, directly smashing down. This mountain, which weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms, smashed down from above. No matter what kind of attack it was, it could only cut or smash the huge mountain a little, but it had no effect on the mountain as a whole. The huge mountain came crashing down without a care. When the mountain came crashing down, even the ground shook countless times. The great elders, who did not expect what would happen, were all buried under the huge mountain. In shock, everyone's first reaction was to immediately use Earth Escape and escape from this area. And a few smart people began to release their aura frantically, hoping to attract the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. Whether it was to fly themselves or to attack the enemy, it was the best response. Unfortunately, the reality made these great elders despair once again. No matter how the experts released their aura, the heavenly tribulation they were looking forward to did not come. On the contrary, a few people who had just used Earth Escape were slashed down mercilessly. No matter how these experts dealt with this slash, the result was all the same. Whether it was a protective magic treasure or an offensive magic treasure, as long as they faced this slash, they would not be able to escape the fate of being slashed. The best result would be to be slashed in half, and then the blade would slash down without any hindrance, heavily slashing the opponent's body. The people who were slashed were all in the same miserable state with no exception. Chapter 1404. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling have withdrawn from the outermost layer of the Demon Seal Formation. However, although the two women left, their hearts were still worried about it. There was their husband inside, and there were dozens of enemies of the Taishan realm. Even if Yang Chen said that he was confident, they couldn't help but worry. After coming out for a while, Gong Sunling couldn't help but want to go in and see again. Although Gao Yu had the same worries in her heart, she pulled Gong Sunling, for fear that she would affect Yang Chen after she went in. The small demon seal formation inside had been broken, but the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Formation was still running. After Yang Lan launched the special formation I from the Taishaman, the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Formation could no longer be stopped. Unless the person in the special formation I died or ascended, there was no other possibility. At the beginning, the profound Heaven sect in the spiritual world studied this formation, but it was later forced to announce it because of this reason. It's just that the profound Heaven sect in the spiritual world did not choose the actual experiment, but purely calculated the theoretical proof, but the Taishaman in the mortal world put it into practice. Yang Chen directly threw up a mountain peak and pressed everyone at the bottom of the mountain for several purposes. First, he was afraid that these people would counterattack and destroy the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Formation. Although it was theoretically impossible to destroy it, there was no absolute thing in the world, and it was better to be careful. With such a mountain peak pressing down, those masters would only break through the mountain peak to fight above, and would not destroy the large formation below. Another purpose was to reduce the speed of these masters. Although Yang Chen's speed was not slow after he was promoted to the Deshang stage, he was not really good at speed. Especially after cultivating the yellow turban strongman body, refining technique, to the high level of sea overturning strength, the change in body shape made Yang Chen's speed was also affected to a certain extent. Using a mountain peak to press down, those non-Earth attribute opponents who broke through the mountain peak would always reduce some speed. Earth attribute experts, on the other hand, were generally not that fast. Of course, there was the last purpose, which was for the collection of the Taishaman. This was the place where the Taishaman placed the great elders, and it was also the warehouse where the Taishaman's final cards were stored. A mountain falling down wouldn't damage those warehouses, but who knew if those people would? The few objectives had been achieved for the time being. After the series of sudden attacks and shocks, these Grand Supreme experts would not have noticed that their own sect's warehouse might be robbed. They were fully focused on dealing with their mortal enemies and could not care about anything else. With this kind of Mount Tai's oppressive attack to delay the opponent, Yang Chen has cut at least a dozen great elders. Seizing the initiative, Yang Chen gained a lot of advantages. However, at this moment, the remaining Supreme Elders had already reacted and collectively attacked Yang Chen. There were still dozens of Supreme Elders left. Yang Chen did not dare to be careless. The yellow turban strongman body, refining technique, was pushed to the extreme. At the same time, the protection of the Golden Bell was opened to the maximum. 3 dragon shadows flew on it. At the same time, the speed of the shuttle was also pushed to the maximum. Yang Chen drove the shuttle like a flying sword, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. Buzzing, a series of bell sounds kept ringing. This was the sound of the Golden Bell after the attacks of those masters fell on the Golden Bell. At the same time, it also had the meaning of counterattack. In the end, Yang Chen's sneak attack still played a great role. The invasion of the demonic energy and killing intent alone was enough to make these people have to divert at least 40% of their energy to deal with it. Coupled with the poison of the 9th water flying sword, the opponents even had to divert 20% of their energy to force the black water away from them to avoid being eroded and poisoned. The remaining attack on Yang Chen was at most 40% of their energy. And in this remaining 40% of energy, it was taken by Yang Chen's Golden Bell and the yellow turban strongman body, refining technique by 20%. In order to resist the bell attack of the Golden Bell, at least 10% of it was divided. What they really faced with Yang Chen was only 10% of their combat power. 10% of their combat power was a joke when Yang Chen held the roaring heaven-beheading Immortal blade in his hand. If they were fast enough, they could still escape. If they were not fast enough, as long as they were entangled by Yang Chen, they would be cut down by a blade after 2 or 3 times. There was no exception. Until this time, Yang Chen said his mantra when he killed people. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. I will take revenge on you. It's Yang Chen. This sentence, every injustice has its perpetrator, every debt has its debtor, has become Yang Chen's iconic words. As soon as the words came out, a supreme elder exclaimed immediately, and then said a completely unbelievable sentence. How is this possible? These guys couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Chen was famous, but almost all his enemies thought that Yang Chen was just a master of alchemy. Of course, at best, he was a master of fire control and nothing else. In the hearts of these masters, Yang Chen's alchemy level was first class, but his combat power was at most third rate, and it was impossible for him to threaten anyone present. But the facts in front of them cruelly showed the gap between their own speculation and the real facts. So far, more than 20 Supreme Elders have been killed by Yang Chen, but Yang Chen has not been hurt at all. In the face of such a shocking and frightening master, even the demon ceiling formation was broken by Yang Chen's saber. Even the Supreme Elders had the intention to retreat. Just now, someone tried to trigger heaven's retribution, but failed. And now someone immediately wanted to escape. However, to everyone's despair, these masters who tried to escape were horrified to find that they were still in a demon ceiling formation. The masters immediately understood what Yang Chen had done. The demon ceiling formation they had set up had been broken, but the one Yang Chen had set up on the periphery had not been touched at all. For Yang Chen, who sold the demon ceiling formation and was the first to set up the demon ceiling formation, setting up another demon ceiling formation was like playing around. The Supreme Elders who were forced into a corner began to fight desperately, since they knew that they could not escape and could not trigger heaven's retribution. The only way to escape was to fight to the death. Yang Chen, the Taishaman, have no grievances with you. Why did you do this? In despair, someone shouted frantically, and at the same time a figure rushed up. No grievances? What a joke! Yang Chen stood in the same place, waiting for the other party to come to him. He cut the other party into 2 pieces with a saber and sneered. The Taishaman have used at least 2 elders and 20 masters of the Deshang stage just to chase me. This is called no grievances. It's better to get rid of enmity than to keep it alive. Yang Chen, you have killed a lot today. Let us wait. We will ascend immediately, no longer care about the Taishaman. When we go to the spiritual world, we will not pursue it. All the hatred will be written off. How about it? Those who wanted to live immediately begged. Chapter 1405. If it were you, would you let me go in this situation? Yang Chen sneered again, but his hand continued to attack without hesitation. Yang Chen, what kind of evil method did you use? Just after 2 were cut, Yang Chen heard another Supreme Elder's crazy roar. Evil! Everyone has the right to punish you. We Taishaman are following the will of heaven to kill you. You deserve to die. What's the difference between good and evil at this time? Yang Chen ignored the other party's clamor and only faced them one by one. What's the difference between killing and killing? The other party must have said this because of the devil chi and the 9th water flying sword. One released the devil chi to trigger the heart devil, and the other was a highly toxic attack. It seems that any one of them is not something that a gentleman should use. If the power of the blood demon vine flying sword is added, then the name of Yang Chen as a peerless demon will not run away. Unfortunately, here is in the demon ceiling formation. Everything is sealed in the powerful demon ceiling formation. They can't run out, and any information here can't be leaked. Yang Chen has never dared to fully stimulate his killing intent before, because he is afraid of being treated as evil and killed. Of course, The main object of concern is the Taishinmen. Now, Yang Qin doesn't have to think about this at all. The Taishinmen can't protect themselves. How can they care about the devil and defend the Tao? He is already the target of the devil and defend the Tao. The strongest supreme elder has been killed in the first place. The rest are just struggling. It is only a matter of time before they are completely killed. Everyone here is an enemy. Yang Qin doesn't have to consider what to hold back at all. It's a pity that the Taishinmen have spent a lot of manpower and material resources to let many people stay in the mortal world for the time being. At this time, all of them have become supplements for Yang Chen's immortal beheading saber, especially the blood phantom vine flying sword. The more blood it absorbs, the stronger its power will be. The opponents here gathered almost 1/10 of the supreme power of the mortal world. So many human immortal level supplements, although they could not make the blood demon vine flying sword grow to a mature state after absorbing blood, it was enough to become one of the most fierce weapons in the world. The remaining dozens of Grand Supreme experts had already realized how ferocious Yang Qin was and gathered together. No matter which direction Yang Qin approached from, they would attack together regardless of the consequences. Dozens of human immortal masters attacked Yang Qin, who was in the early Deshang stage. Even if Yang Qin had the yellow turbaned strongman body, refining technique at the bottom, and the protection of the 3 dragons' golden bell, his body would not be injured, but he was directly shocked by this powerful force. Even if Yang Qin lengthened his immortal beheading saber and slashed at the crowd from afar, the combined defensive magic treasures of dozens of human immortals did not give Yang Qin any advantage. When everyone saw that this method worked, there was a joy on their faces immediately. As long as Yang Qin couldn't get close, even if it was a powerful magic weapon, what was the use? Yang Qin was alone, his speed was not fast, and the space for dodging and maneuvering was limited. Once he was besieged by everyone, even if he was consumed, he could be consumed to death. In particular, there was a heaven and earth, everlasting original suppression formation here, and the spiritual power was abundant. Yang Qin was just a junior in the Deshang stage. Relying on his evil magic weapon, he killed the great elder and more than a dozen elders, but it was no longer possible for him to go on a crazy killing spree. Competing with dozens of human immortal level masters in terms of spiritual power, even if Yang Qin reached the peak Deshang stage, he would only lose. Here, losing was death. Yang Qin swung his immortal beheading saber, and after a dozen consecutive slashes, he finally stopped. The combined protective magic weapons of these guys could really block the power of Shao Tian and the immortal beheading saber. But that was all. On their protective magic weapons, all of them had cracks. As long as Yang Qin continued to chop, those magic weapons would have no other way but to break. But Yang Qin did not want to use this method to kill them. It was too easy, and there was no sharpening for himself. If the killing intent of the magic qi and the poisonous erosion of the 9th water flying sword were removed, and the powerful protection of the golden bell was removed, Yang Qin would fight with them in a fair and square manner. Maybe he would be at a disadvantage. If it was one-on-one, Yang Qin definitely had a way to kill them, but when they gathered together, it made it difficult for Yang Qin to make a move. Fortunately, Yang Qin was not without any helpers. In Yang Qin's medicine garden, there were 12 Penglai divine wood monsters. These Penglai divine wood monsters, because of the natural divine wood cultivated the first, would attribute cultivation method many times faster than ordinary people. Before the last tribulation of Tao Junkie, some of them had already collectively passed the Fire tribulation. When it came to the strength of their cultivation base, at this moment, they were no worse than those so-called Taishinmen masters. The 12 Penglai divine wood monsters directly set up the 12 Yuanqin sea suppression formation. This was the formation of the house, but it was the most incisive when used here. The so-called house suppression was not only to suppress luck, but also to protect. These guys were equivalent to the enemies who rushed into Yang Qin's house, and all of them would be suppressed. Yang Qin had directly put away all the magic weapons and began to watch the show. Dozens of Taishamen were surrounded by the 12 Penglai divine wood monsters in the formation and began to attack wildly. In the Demon Seal formation, these Penglai divine wood monsters did not have to worry about attracting the tribulation at all, and they unscrupulously displayed their strength. They had always been together, with tacit understanding, balanced cultivation base, and the practice of the formation was also very skilled. On the other hand, on the side of the Taishamen, it was a completely different situation. The high and low levels of their cultivation base were different, and there was no special formation for their cooperation. They were even worse than the Morong sisters. Before, they only relied on their own magic weapons and the powerful combination of cultivation base to repel Yang Qin, but now they could not cause any damage to the 12 Penglai divine wood monsters. Boom, 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 a series of sounds sounded, and the Penglai divine wood monsters were completely head-on with those people. The Penglai divine wood monsters did not have any magic weapons, and they relied on their strong bodies. The reason why the divine wood had the word divine was not simply because of the fast cultivation speed. Even Yang Chen's first wood flying sword was a Penglai divine wood, and his body was strong. It had already been almost cut by Yang Chen's beheading Immortal blade. Now, with the Penglai divine wood monsters, the protective magic weapons of those elders finally began to break one by one. This was not all. When their life source magic weapons attacked the Penglai divine wood monsters, they were directly guided by the formation. The 12 Penglai divine wood monsters shared the pressure equally. As long as they were not completely hit at the same time, there was no threat to these Penglai divine wood monsters. There was also a Yang Qin on the periphery. Under the continuous collisions, these elders finally showed a desperate look on their faces. Chapter 1406. They were willing to be cut and dared to pull the emperor down from his horse. When they were forced to the corner, whether they fought or not was a dead end. These Taishamen elders still broke out with a terrible horror. Soon, these masters discovered the power of the Penglai divine wood demon. They could even rely on the formation to share the damage, which made people have no way to live. The Taishang, who broke out with the spirit of desperation, seemed to understand the truth of burning the boats. Immediately, a master who was seriously injured rushed up. His purpose was very simple. As long as he could hold a Penglai divine wood demon, he would fight for the opportunity for others to attack. As long as a few people could work together to kill a Penglai divine wood demon in one fell swoop, then this formation would collapse. If the formation was broken, the other party would fight alone, and it was impossible for Yang Qin to have such a tacit understanding. The calculation was very good, and even the seriously injured master succeeded directly. After his companions created opportunities for him, he firmly held a Penglai divine wood demon. Then, at least 14 companions attacked at the same time, falling on the Penglai divine wood demon at the same time. At the same time as the attack fell, the seriously injured Taishang directly exploded. The self-explosion of the Taishang master plus the joint attack of 14 Taishang masters was enough to make anyone in the mortal world, except for Yang Qin, die on the spot. Just as a group of Taishang elders were waiting for the Penglai divine wood demon's formation to be broken, and they could immediately launch a fierce counterattack, what they saw in front of them directly sent their hearts to the bottomless abyss. Such a terrible attack, the self-explosion of a master, plus the joint attack of more than a dozen masters, unexpectedly only made the Penglai divine wood demon seriously injured, but did not die. How was this possible? However, the Penglai divine wood demon, who was still alive and kicking in front of them, gave a lesson to the Taishamen Taishang elders, who had always been arrogant. Soon, someone discovered the clues. A Penglai divine wood demon was seriously injured, and the other Penglai divine wood demons were all injured. What was going on? Could it be that these more than a dozen Penglai divine wood demons were simply one? But if it was one, they should all be seriously injured. Someone immediately thought of another possibility, and his heart could not help but sink. Did these Penglai divine wood demons share their lifespan? This point was not wrong. When the spiritual wisdom was growing in Yang Chen's medicine garden, so many Penglai divine wood monsters were completely entangled with their roots. Coupled with the function of the heavenly cycle Shinjuku Great Formation, the 24 Penglai divine wood monsters could completely share their lifespan. To put it simply, as long as one Penglai divine wood monster did not die, then the other Penglai divine wood monsters would never die. Although Tao Junkie later took away 12 Penglai divine wood monsters when she ascended, the ability to share their lifespan was not completely lost. It was just that they could not bear the loss of life at the same time like when the original 24 gathered together. Therefore, the Penglai divine wood demon was seriously injured, but the others were all minor injuries. Everyone bore different pain. They were already in despair to begin with. After witnessing this scene, the group of supreme powerhouses were even more hopeless. Yang Chen was still watching from the side. He would never watch his ally get hurt. Once Yang Chen also joined the battle group, those supreme elders could not imagine the next outcome. With the first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy would weaken, and the third spurt of energy would be exhausted. When this spurt of energy that had been gathered with great difficulty suddenly dissipated, it would be impossible to muster that kind of courage again. Even if they knew that they would die if they did not do their best, they no longer had the courage to blow themselves up directly. Yang Chen was not idle on the periphery. The Penglai divine wood monsters besieged these supreme powerhouses, and Yang Chen was responsible for dealing with them one by one. If it was one-on-one, Yang Chen was not afraid of anyone. In the increasingly cold support of the supreme powerhouses, they watched their companions around them being attacked and killed by Yang Chen one by one. But they could only struggle to maintain their vitality, and there was no way. Yang Chen slashed twice in a row, and the two supreme powerhouses were directly cut into 4 pieces of dry corpses, and then the dry corpses began to burst into powder. Not to mention a complete body, even a slightly larger body piece, could not be found. Ferocious demon, I should have killed you long ago before you grew up. After a series of killings, there were only a dozen supreme elders left in the Taishimen, and all of them were at the end of their strength. A supreme elder who obviously knew some Taishimen activities against Yang Chen couldn't help but curse. You Taishimen have never stopped thinking about killing me for a day. Yang Chen slashed one down and stared at the elder who had just spoken. His figure moved, and he went up and slashed down. At the same time he said, Don't tell me that Taishimen have never thought about killing me. Master Yang, you have killed enough. For the sake of Elder Tao, let us go. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people around them, the remaining few were not as tough as before, and their tone became more and more pleading. We are willing to be slaves. Several supreme elders were willing to be slaves, which sounded very tempting. As long as they made the great oath of the heart demon, the masters of Taishimen were not Lady Fenghua who practiced the myriad spiritual method, and they were not afraid of the great oath of the heart demon at all. With these masters as guards, even if they went to the spiritual world, they did not have to be timid. Unfortunately, it sounded tempting, but if it was really done, Yang Chen's family and Chunying Palace would definitely die without a burial place. As long as one of these guys did not care about the great oath of the heart demon and revealed that Yang Chen had killed so many supreme elders, then what Yang Chen and Chunying Palace would definitely be the monstrous anger of Xiantian's sect in the spiritual world. What's more, Yang Chen could not explain the origin of these slaves around him to other outsiders. Which of the supreme elders of Taishimen was not a famous figure in the world a long time ago? Bringing these people was definitely carrying a bright lantern into the latrine, directly courting death. Sorry, I want to deal with Xiantian's sect, and it is impossible to leave anyone alive here. Yang Chen shook his head directly and extinguished the last trace of the other party's fluke. If you want to blame your Taishimen for being too overbearing and leaving no room for maneuver. Listening to Yang Qin saying that he even wanted to deal with Xiantian sect, several Supreme Masters also completely understood that Yang Qin would never let them go. At the moment, they didn't say anything more, and all of them rushed to the nearest Penglai divine with demon. Boom, boom, boom. At least 6 injured masters blew up their own magic weapons and bodies, and the huge lethality directly blew up all 12 Penglai divine with demons into serious injuries. Chapter 1407. However, the dying counterattack of the greatest heaven sect's great elders also ended here. Just at the same time as the elders blew themselves up, Yang Qin had already cut down 2 more, and there were only 3 left standing there. Dozens of masters were cut down by Yang Qin one by one. What could the remaining 3 do? Under the attack of Yang Qin and the Penglai divine with monsters, they could not even support 10 breaths, and were cut into powder by Yang Qin one by one. All the battles completely subsided, and the 12 Penglai divine with monsters were all injured. Yang Qin did not say anything, and gave each of them a 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill healing medicine. In the final battle, the Penglai divine with monsters broke out with gratifying fighting instincts. They inherited the characteristic of the strong combat power of the plants. All the injuries of those Taishang elders were caused by them. As for Yang Qin, as long as the immortal beheading blade scratched the opponent's skin a little bit, the fierce killing intent of the immortal beheading stage could directly destroy the opponent's mind, and the blood phantom vine flying sword would directly suck the opponent's blood. On the contrary, the demonic chi released by the 9 nether flying sword was not very useful. After all, a guy who lost his mind in a coma could not trigger the heart devil. This huge difference in levels made Yang Qin's subordinates not injured at all, either not injured or dead. There was no state in between. At this moment, Yang Qin could finally rest assured and boldly clean up the battlefield. However, to be on the safe side, Yang Qin first let the 12 Penglai divine with monsters heal quickly. The 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, plus a sufficient amount of first, with spiritual solution, made the wounds on their bodies recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling were waiting outside the demon seal formation. Both women were afraid that the other party would see their guilty appearance, so they were all smiling, but their eyes would look at the demon seal formation from time to time. In a short period of less than a stick of incense, it seemed that a year had passed. Ah Ling, you have the demon sealing array's disc. Can you know what's going on inside? Gao Yu couldn't help but ask Gong Sunling a question. In fact, this was the 3rd time she asked this question. The answer was the same every time, but she still couldn't help but ask after a while. There were dozens of Grand Supreme level experts inside. The last fighting force of the Taishaman sect was here. Would Yang Qin be fine if he barged in alone? Because of their husbands' orders, the 2 women couldn't wait inside. But how could they relax outside? Faced with Gao Yu's inquiry, Gong Sunling shook her head again. Big Sister's question was really funny, but Gong Sunling couldn't laugh no matter what. If they were in each other's shoes, she might have asked the same stupid question. Just when the 2 women were anxious and almost couldn't help it, the barrier of the demon seal formation not far in front of the 2 people suddenly opened a hole, and Yang Qin's figure strode out from inside. Husband! 2 delicate voices came out at the same time, and then 2 graceful figures, one on the left and one on the right, rushed into Yang Qin's arms. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling almost used all their strength to hug Yang Qin and never wanted to let go. With Yang Qin's current cultivation, it was impossible for the 2 women to hurt him, no matter how much strength they used. However, the feelings of the 2 women made Yang Qin very moved. He put his arms around the 2 women and slightly exerted his strength to hold the 2 women tighter in his arms. Okay, I'm fine. The 3 people stood there and hugged into a group. The opening of the demon seal formation behind Yang Qin had quietly disappeared and made up for it. After a long time, Yang Qin whispered in the ears of the 2 women. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling slowly raised their heads from Yang Chen's arms and then suddenly realized something. They began to observe Yang Chen's body in private around Yang Chen to see if Yang Chen had any injuries. It wasn't until they found that Yang Chen was intact that they both breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that Yang Chen was fine, Gong Sunling held Yang Chen's arm obediently and did not let go, nor did she speak. It was more appropriate to leave this kind of questioning to big sister Gao Yu. "Husband, where are they?" Gao Yu couldn't bear it any longer and asked quickly. They knew very well why Yang Chen went in, but the time was too short. From the beginning to the end, it was not more than 2 incense sticks of time. It was difficult to judge what had happened in these 2 incense sticks of time. Just now, they felt that time passed too slowly, but now they felt that time passed too quickly. Sometimes people's moods affected people's attitudes like this. Speaking of which, Yang Chen stayed inside alone to fight with those people. Now that Yang Chen came out alone, it had actually explained a lot of problems. But neither Gao Yu nor Gong Sunling seemed to believe it. Was it so simple? Those were dozens of Taishi supreme elders, not dozens of small minions. How could they solve the problem in such a short time? Even if they guessed the truth, the 2 women still had a feeling of unreality. If they didn't ask clearly, the 2 women would definitely not be completely at ease. They still had a last hope in their hearts. Maybe Yang Chen found that those people could not be defeated, so he was smart to avoid them first. "They're gone." Yang Chen's words completely confirmed the most unrealistic guess of the 2 women. In less than 1 incense stick of time, Yang Chen directly killed many of the Taishi supreme elders and walked out unscathed. From the beginning to the end, as long as it was Yang Chen's words, Gao Yu and Gong Sunling would never doubt it. If Yang Chen said that they were gone, then they must be gone. There was no other possibility. This was the demon ceiling formation, which isolated the heavenly tribulation. There was no way to ascend, let alone escape. The only result was that their husband said that they were gone. The Taishi used this place as the sect's reserve. There should be a lot of good things here. Yang Chen smiled and held the 2 women's delicate bodies. He turned directly and walked towards the demon ceiling formation. "You Ling, let's go and get rich while they fight." So far, the 2 women did not know what had happened outside. In fact, Yang Chen himself did not know, but he knew one thing. The special formation Eye of the Taishi had been launched. In addition to the previous outbreak of the Devil Heart Sutra, the Taishi did not want to become the public enemy of the world. At this time, it was a good time to take advantage of the situation. After entering the demon ceiling formation, the 2 women discovered how terrible the battle Yang Chen had experienced was. Apart from anything else, the scene in the demon ceiling formation had completely changed, and there was no trace of the previous appearance. The 12 Punglai Divine Wood monsters looked very terrible. Within a radius of dozens of miles, there were more than a dozen corpses scattered everywhere, but there was no trace of the others. Chapter 1408. Weren't there dozens of Grand Elders? How come there are only a dozen corpses here? Gong Sunling wanted to ask, but after thinking about it, she still didn't open her mouth. What her husband said just now was that they were gone. Gone may mean that their lives were gone, or it may also mean that they were completely wiped out. Even if it was a corpse, it could be seen that those people had a strong cultivation base before they died. The 2 women felt the news passed back by their spiritual awareness, and their faces were pale. Their husband was facing such an enemy. It was frightening to think about it. The things of Taishi are hidden deep. You have to look for it. Yang Chen pointed to a mountain and said with a smile, "I was afraid that they would destroy it at the beginning, so I pressed it at the bottom of the mountain. You have to work hard." The 2 women were very happy to clean up the battlefield, especially to clean up the battlefield of their husband. It was glory and pride. Everything here was her husband's spoils of war. Gong Sunling didn't need to say much. She directly launched the Mountain River geographical map, and immediately all the places in this space were reflected in the Mountain River geographical map. Where there was anything strange, it was clear at a glance. "Husband, what are you doing?" Seeing that Yang Chen was going to let go of the shopkeeper's appearance, Gao Yu couldn't help but ask with a smile. "The opportunity is rare. I have to feed my life source magic weapon." Yang Chen smiled mysteriously and then said, "Take out your dragon horn flying sword," and Aling, "Take out the mountain river geographical map." The two women were very surprised to hand over the dragon horn flying sword and the mountain river geographical map to Yang Chen. Two pairs of beautiful eyes stared at Yang Chen curiously, not knowing what Yang Chen was going to do. Yang Chen did not explain, but from his own body took out the immortal beheading blade, the golden bell, the medicine garden, the profound spirit furnace, the medicine nourishing gourd, the dragon clan's gourd, the sea pouring jasper cup. He summoned Shao Tian and let it take out the dragon tower, and then gathered these things together and stuffed them into the dragon tower. Next, Yang Chen flew around the demon ceiling formation a few times. After sensing the distribution of spiritual power inside, he placed the dragon pagoda in a strange position. Shao Tian, control the dragon pagoda and absorb as much spiritual power as there is. After settling the dragon tower, Yang Chen threw Shao Tian into the dragon tower and said, "The things inside are the same. Absorb as much as you can. Don't waste it." Until Yang Chen finished instructing Shao Tian, he stopped his hands and was no longer busy. The two women asked Yang Chen why. Yang Chen couldn't explain in too much detail. He just said that this was the eye of the spirit gathering array in Taishimen, and there was a large supply of spiritual energy. He didn't say anything else. In fact, the place where the dragon pagoda was placed just happened to be the special eye of the universe, limitless origin, suppressing formation. It was just that it had not been activated yet. However, the great formation of Taishimen echoed with the great formation here. The special eye of the universe, limitless origin suppressing formation, would seize the spiritual power from all over the world. At least half of it would come to this place. It would be a pity if so much spiritual power was not used. The two women could feel that the spiritual power here was very abundant, but it was only about the same as the Dragon Palace. It seemed that there was nothing special about it. For Yang Chen's actions, they were very puzzled. Taishimen specially arranged a demon ceiling formation here. In addition to the placement of these great elders, there was also a backup warehouse for the sect. Once something happened to the sect, as long as there was this stronghold, Taishimen still had the capital to make a comeback. Although, with the strength of Taishimen, as long as they did not do anything that angered the heavens, the possibility of being destroyed was almost completely impossible. However, there was no absolute in the world. Cultivators also knew that the power should not be exhausted, and the necessary preparations were still necessary. The backup warehouse was actually not far from the strongest 10th grade human immortal elder. The entire small demon ceiling formation was suddenly attacked by Yang Chen, and no one would think of protecting these things. All the great elders seemed to have a common confidence. Taishimen had been fighting all over the world for so many years, and they had never thought of relying on the backup materials to start a business. Based on this confidence, no one would destroy the backup warehouse of the sect in the first place when they were attacked. What a joke! If the dignified Taishimen were attacked, of course they would kill the attacker. Why would they destroy the capital that the sect had painstakingly saved to start a business? The result of not believing in it was that the capital that the Taishimen had accumulated for many generations was easily controlled by Yang Chen, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling. However, for the time being, the three of them had only found the entrance, and there was still a little gap from getting everything. Although it was called a warehouse, it was actually a secret place of the sect. There was a space inside, which was used to store the capital of the Taishimen. In theory, the way to enter and exit should only be in the hands of a few high-level people. However, it might be that the Taishimen were too confident. On the one hand, there was a demon ceiling formation to protect the periphery, and there were dozens of great elders inside. In the eyes of the high-level people of the Taishimen, This was equivalent to an impregnable fortress. On the other hand, if the seal was too tight, even the successor disciples of the Taishaman could not open it in case of an accident. It would lose the meaning of this backup warehouse. From these aspects, the access to the secret place of the sect was not particularly complicated. Especially at the beginning of the arrangement, they would definitely arrange for one or more of the great elders to open it. So, all the dead Taishaman's great elders' Chinkuan bags were collected. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling began to count the harvest one by one. On the one hand, it was a cleaning up, and on the other hand, it was to find a way to enter and exit the secret plane. It had to be said that the Taishaman were indeed rich. Just these great elders' Chinkuan bags added up, the accumulated wealth made Gao Yu and Gong Sunling, two female cultivators who had seen a lot of big scenes, happy. It must be known that after being influenced by the wealth of Yangqin, ordinary small items could no longer make the two women feel happy. This time, the treasures of the great elders made the two women ecstatic. A large number of spirit stones were thrown into a corner of the Chinkuan bag by the two women without looking at them. What really interested them was the hidden goods of these great masters. Whether it was materials or medicinal herbs, they could casually take out something that could make countless people crazy. The two women, who were immersed in the excitement of dividing the spoils, did not notice the changes around them at all. When they found a piece of jade slip in a Chinkuan bag that recorded the way to enter and exit the secret place of the Taishaman, before they had time to call Yangqin, they were suddenly surprised. Chapter 1409. It has only been a few days of searching, at most 4 or 5 days, but the concentration of the surrounding spiritual power is at least several times richer than when they first came in. What's going on? The two women asked themselves that their feelings were right, but they were still surprised to find that the spiritual power was still increasing wildly, and it was getting faster and faster. Two pairs of beautiful eyes once again focused on Yangqin, who was leaning on the reclining chair and enjoying the cool. As soon as the elders were killed, Yangqin gathered everyone's life source magic weapon in that place, saying that he wanted to feed it with spiritual power. Obviously, he knew what was going to happen. Even without a special perception, the concentration of spiritual power around has reached a jaw-dropping level. Even if the spiritual power in the Dragon Palace has always been abundant, it has never been as rich as it is now. The Dragon Tower standing there at this moment seems to have become a large torch, and countless spiritual power is almost visible to people in different directions of the Dragon Tower. The entire Dragon Tower has flashed a kind of hazy brilliance. Clearly the result of the spiritual power absorption has reached a certain level. Found a way to open the secret plane. Yangqin saw the two women stop and stare at all this, suddenly asked for the abnormality of the spiritual power in front of him, as if he did not see it. Gao Yu nodded mechanically, looked at the direction of the Dragon Tower, and asked a little stupidly, "You knew it would become like this?" Almost. Yangqin was not completely sure, but he did not completely deny it. He used an ambiguous word to describe it. "I only know that the Taishaman's mountain gate will definitely be like this, but I don't know that it will also be here. I only found out when I got there." "What is that?" Gong Sunling was also like a mechanical puppet. Her eyes had completely lost the agility of the past. She looked at the changes on the side of the Dragon Tower and asked very sluggishly. "In short, it is a super spirit gathering formation." Yangqin didn't think much about it and casually explained in slightly simpler words. Once launched, it can concentrate the spiritual power of the world into the scope of this formation. All the spiritual power in the world. Gao Yu's eyes suddenly became sharp, and she seemed to suddenly realize what Yangqin meant. Then, aren't the Taishaman going against the heaven? To be exact, I've become the public enemy of the world. Yangqin corrects Gao Yu's choice of words. Once this formation is activated, the Taishaman will make all the other sects' cultivators have nowhere to go. They have no choice but to fight to the death. At this time, the two women had basically understood. No wonder Yang Qin was so confident when he talked about dealing with the Taishaman. It turned out that he had such a big killer weapon. However, how did Yang Qin know about it? The people of Taishaman were not fools. How could they not know the serious consequences of activating the formation? Everything was full of suspense. Now was obviously not a good time to explain. At least half of the spiritual power gathered from all over the world had entered this special eye of the formation, and all of them were sent to the Dragon Tower. The two women didn't even dare to imagine what their life origin magic treasures would look like after going through the baptism of such a terrifying spiritual power. It will last for a while here. Let's see what good things the Taishaman left behind. Yang Chen reminded them, and Gao Yu and Gong Sunling remembered that they had found a way to open the secret plane of the Taishaman. Compared to the current cultivation of Yang Qin and the two women, the method of opening the secret plane was a bit too simple. The three of them easily entered the secret plane, which was obviously prepared by the Taishaman just in case. Wow! Even with Yang Chen's knowledge, at the moment of entering the secret plane, everything he saw with his eyes made Yang Chen involuntarily cry out. Needless to say, the two women directly turned into two clay sculptures, standing in the same place, unable to say anything. The secret plane was not big. Compared with the secret plane that Yang Chen had seen before, it was a bit pocket-sized. At best, it was only 10 miles in radius. However, within this 10 miles, it was completely filled with neatly arranged jade bookshelves and tables. A piece of jade slips, stacked high in categories, was stored in piles on those jade bookshelves. Looking at it, there were hundreds of millions of jade slips piled up. The jade slips occupied about a quarter of the area. In the remaining area, about a quarter of the area was completely filled with all kinds of materials. Every material had been carefully refined. The solid materials were turned into regular shapes, and the liquid or gaseous materials were stored in containers of the same size. The general size, except that they looked different in color, were all neatly placed on the jade table. Gao Yu was a master of refining. She just glanced at it casually and found several kinds of top-grade refining materials that she dreamed of. Even with the wealth of Yang Qin, he could not get many top-grade materials, which were piled up here like cabbages. Passing through these two areas, there was a sudden emptiness in front of them. In the vast area, there was an obvious binding formation. Inside the formation, there were hundreds of magic weapons flying up and down. No one was controlling them, and those magic weapons were flying on their own. Each magic weapon was shining with a unique light. At first glance, it was only when the level reached a certain level and had a spirit that it could appear. This binding formation was not big, only a mere 200 feet. The remaining area, which was almost the same as the secret plane, was a deep lake. There seemed to be nothing in the lake, and it was not known how deep it was. At first glance, the lake was not very transparent, and the bottom could not be seen at all. But if you look closely, you will find that this lake was not a normal lake at all. With the exploration of spiritual awareness, you can immediately find that it was not water. It was clearly a spiritual liquid formed after the spiritual power was condensed to the extreme. Although this spiritual liquid was not as good as the spiritual liquid that Yang Qin had, it was simply a spiritual liquid formed by the condensation of ordinary spiritual power, but the quantity was too much. The entire land of the secret plane could almost be said to be completely floating on this spiritual liquid lake. Yang Chen's spiritual awareness has explored down hundreds of miles, and still has not explored the limit of the bottom of the lake. Just this spiritual liquid lake was enough for a cultivator of Yang Chen's level to cultivate for thousands of years. If the greatest heaven sect used this secret plane one day, then even if the disciples inside did not have to leave the secret plane, they could rely on this spiritual liquid lake to directly cultivate and ascend. It could be said that as long as there was this secret plane, as long as the reserved disciples prepared by Taishaman were not idiots, relying on this secret plane to make comeback was just around the corner. Chapter 1410. The jade slip was an inheritance which recorded all the things that could be recorded in Taishaman. Cultivation methods, pill recipes, cultivation experiences, all kinds of experiences, and even a lot of boring books. It could be said that as long as the Taishaman had something now, they would prepare one more copy of the same thing and store it here regularly. The materials stacked neatly were used by those reserved disciples to refine magic weapons. These top-level materials, plus some ordinary materials, could refine millions of high-level magic weapons. Even if all of them were used to refine top-level magic weapons, it was definitely a coveted number. They didn't know how long the Taishaman had been collecting, maybe 100,000 years or longer. Perhaps after the Taishaman began to develop normally, they had already been preparing the treasures of this secret plane. Placed here, guarded by those great elders and ancestors, it could be said that it was foolproof. However, now these things were all surnamed Yang, and they had become the personal belongings of Yang Qin and Gong Sunling. It seemed that it was not enough to describe the amount of wealth, or as a beggar who instantly became the richest man in the world. It could barely express some of the feelings of Gong Sunling now. When a large amount of wealth was placed in front of them, they were no longer happy and surprised, but became a state of shock and sluggishness. "Husband, pinch me, am I dreaming?" Knowing that she was already a master of the Deshang stage, it was impossible to dream so outrageous, but Gong Sunling still leaned on Yang Chen's side, grabbed Yang Chen's arm and shook it hard. "It's not a dream." Yang Chen smiled and hugged Gong Sunling hard, letting her recover from the sluggishness. Of course, Yang Chen did not forget to tighten Gao Yu's other hand and said with a smile, "It's all ours. The capital that the Taishaman used to make a comeback is all ours." The two women finally made a loud cheer, then got rid of Yang Chen, madly rushed into the jungle of bookshelves and jade tables. From time to time touched this and looked at that. They completely became two money grubbers. Where was the slightest demeanor of a master of the Deshang stage? How can there be no medicinal herbs? After the two women looked for a long time, Gao Yu found that there were no medicinal materials here, which was not like the style of Taishaman, and immediately asked in surprise. When Gao Yu mentioned it, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling realized this. It couldn't be helped. There were too many shocking things, so much so that people couldn't figure out what was going on. After searching around for a long time, the three of them could finally determine that there were really no medicinal herbs in this secret plane. However, after thinking about it, it was impossible. Even the refining materials were so well prepared. Would the people of Taishaman care about such a small amount of medicinal herbs? There had to be something that they hadn't noticed. After looking around once more, Yang Chen suddenly thought of something. His eyes began to stare at the pile of hundreds of magic treasures. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling saw Yang Chen's action and seemed to understand something. They stopped searching and stood in front of the binding array. "Which one is it?" Gong Sunling stared at the magic weapons flying up and down inside and suddenly asked an inexplicable question. However, both Yang Chen and Gao Yu understood. Gao Yu looked at the magic weapons one by one and shook her head. "I don't know, I can't be sure." Everyone thought about it. The reason why the medicinal materials were not put outside was that no matter how well preserved the medicinal materials were, their efficacy would be reduced or even wasted after thousands of years. The mineral medicinal materials were okay. The best way to preserve the plant medicinal materials was to let them live and grow naturally. At this time, a suitable medicine garden was the best magic weapon to hold these medicinal materials. However, there were hundreds of magic weapons. In addition to being able to determine that about half of the number was an offensive magic weapon, there was no way to determine the use of the others unless they were in their hands. However, now these magic weapons were still in the binding array. It was impossible to judge which one was the medicine garden by looking at it. A Ling, how to open this binding array? Gao Yu was very concerned about Yang Qin. Her husband was good at alchemy, so she immediately wanted to determine which one it was and asked anxiously. Before waiting for Gong Sunling to answer, Yang Qin had already said, I'm afraid we don't have much time to collect the magic weapons one by one. For now, it's better to refine the entire space and put it away. We will have time to sort it out slowly later. According to Yang Chen's estimation, even if Yang Lan entered the special eye from the Qi refining stage, it would take him at most 20 days, which was enough to send him to the realm of ascension. As the universe everlasting essence suppression array absorbed more and more spiritual power from other places, this time may only be shorter. Such a little time was obviously not enough for them to do more things. It was better to take drastic measures directly and move this secret plane space away directly. There was already a way to control the access to the secret plane. In addition, Gong Sunling already had the cultivation base of the Deshang stage, and she had already used the Mountain River geographical map to refine the space of the Langya Well. It did not seem particularly difficult to refine this small secret plane. The only problem was that the Mountain River geographical map had been absorbing spiritual power in the special eye, so it was necessary to wait for this step to be completed before it could be carried out. At this moment, the mood of the three people who had obtained a lot of wealth had become a lot lighter, and they began to wait for the passage of time calmly. He believed that after the baptism of this huge wealth, the state of mind of the three people could be improved a lot. At least in the face of temptation, they could completely remain calm. Of course, in the mortal world, there was almost nothing that could tempt the three people. However, in the 20 days estimated by Yangqin, the speed of the spiritual power influx did not slow down at all, but became stronger and stronger. Countless spiritual waves surged from all directions. Even if Yangqin had already seen the spiritual pressure of the spiritual world and the immortal world, he could not help but change his expression when he saw this change in the mortal world. The dragon tower had completely disappeared, and the whole thing was completely annihilated by the liquefied spiritual liquid. In the secret plane of Taishimen, it took hundreds of thousands of years to condense the spiritual liquid, but at the moment the special eye where the dragon tower was located took only 20 days to achieve the same effect. It was no wonder that the universe everlasting essence suppression array was a taboo topic in the spiritual world and the immortal world. It turned out that the spiritual power that an array could gather was so terrifying and the consequences were so serious. This time the Taishimen were all mouths up and down, and they couldn't speak clearly. If jumping into the sea 100 times could wash away their grievances, they would probably be willing to jump 10,000 times. Sect Master Li and several core executives of Taishimen had no other thoughts at this moment. They were completely shrouded in despair. Chapter 1411. Previously, they had planned to expel the representatives of the major sect from Taishimen so that both sides could have a reasonable distance and time to calm down and come up with a perfect solution to solve the problem of the Freedom Demon Heart Sutra. But now, both the representatives of Taishimen and the major sect understood that it was impossible for them to solve the problem peacefully. As more and more cultivators gathered from all over, the representatives of the major sect also received more detailed information about the changes in various places. This time, Taishimen was too vicious. It would be fine if they only wanted to absorb some spiritual energy for their sect. As long as they showed some sincerity, everyone could sit down and talk. However, the problem was that as soon as the formation of Taishimen was activated, the cultivators who were in charge of the sect realized that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't absorb any spiritual energy from the spirit veins of their own sect. All the spirit veins of the sect seemed to have their spiritual energy forcefully extracted and then gathered in the direction of Taishimen. If one or two medium-sized sect or a few small sect said the same thing, the representatives of the major sect might pretend that they didn't see it or that it didn't happen. After all, the major sect cared most about the interests of their own sect. It was fine if the small sect was obedient, but if the small sect was disobedient, who would care about the life and death of the small sect? At that moment, however, it was not just 1 or 2 sections. It was not just 8 or 10 sects either. Rather, Every single one of the cultivators who rushed over said the same thing. It did not matter if they were from the Tao sect, the Yao clan, the Demon clan, the loose cultivators, or the disciples from the sections. 1 month was neither long nor short, but it was enough for many people to see clearly what was happening. At first, it was only the sect that was close to the sect. Later, when all the major sects sent people over to investigate, the situation had completely changed. At this time, the higher-ups of Taishaman finally noticed the abnormality. The spiritual power that was being absorbed from the surroundings was too turbulent. It was as if all the spiritual power in the world had been gathered here. After realizing this, Sect Master Li immediately realized that something was wrong and hurriedly sent a representative out of the demon ceiling formation to explain to the representatives of the big sect that had not yet dispersed. This is a misunderstanding. Elder Mao Chi Mao, the head of the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Taishaman sect, was filled with anxiety. He cupped his hands towards the representatives of the major sect and said, "This is all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? A grand elder from the Rogue Cultivator Alliance sneered and asked, "Your Taishaman's young master kidnapped our disciples to be his cauldrons to cultivate the unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra. This is a misunderstanding. Your Taishaman's spiritual energy gathering formation takes all the spiritual energy in the world as your own. This is also a misunderstanding. Hall Master Mao, this old man would like to ask, if it wasn't a misunderstanding, what would the Taishaman do? Kill all of us?" The words of the great elder were said by biting his molar teeth. He had already received the exact news from his own alliance. In their base camp far away from the sea, all the spiritual veins could not be absorbed. All the spiritual power was extracted by the greatest heaven sect, leaving no trace for the alliance. The alliance had sent all the masters of the Yuanying and Deshang stage, and even the few masters of the highest level had been sent over. This was no longer a little friction. This was simply digging out the roots of the alliance. Without the spiritual energy, what did the alliance rely on to cultivate? Relying on spirit stones? The Taishaman did not leave any way for them to live at all. Without spiritual energy, there was no way for them to continue to cultivate. This was asking everyone to die. Since the Taishaman were so ruthless, what else could the alliance say? There was no other way but to fight to the death. Since it is a misunderstanding, Hall Master Mao, why did your sect not stop the spiritual energy gathering formation for a month, but instead wantonly absorb the spiritual energy in the world? The one who spoke was the elder of the Qinkuan sect. He seemed to be very polite, but his tone was obviously suppressing his anger. Speaking of which, the hatred between the Qinkuan sect and the Taishaman was not very deep. There was discord between them, but it was a kind of tacit competition. For a sect at the level of the Qinkuan sect and the Taishaman, a little external competition was conducive to enhancing the cohesion of the sect, and it could also give the disciples of the sect a motivation to cultivate. Everyone had a tacit understanding of their own cultivation, and relatively speaking, the relationship was the most harmonious. But now even the representative of the Qinkuan sect began to gnash his teeth. It had to be said that what the Taishaman did this time was really too much. It was simply a crime against the world and aroused public anger. At this moment, Hall Master Mao was so anxious that his head was full of cold sweat. If the formation could be stopped, it would have been stopped long ago. Why would it wait until now? However, he couldn't explain it. In any case, this formation was really in the Taishaman, and it was also arranged by the people of the Taishaman. Now that this situation had happened, who would believe that the Taishaman were innocent? If it was Hall Master Mao himself, he would not believe it. In Hall Master Mao's heart, he didn't know how many times he had scolded Li Liheng. If killing Li Liheng could solve the immediate trouble, Hall Master Mao didn't mind handing Li Liheng over and cutting him into pieces in front of everyone to vent everyone's anger. If he hadn't obtained the Qinkuan Wuji Spirit Suppression Formations diagram from the predecessors in the spiritual world, it would not have developed to this point. However, at that time, the seniors in the spiritual realm had repeatedly exhorted everyone not to think about that special formation and even forced Li Liheng to make a big mental demon oath. Why did Li Liheng become muddle-headed and insist on this idea? A month's time was enough for the senior members of the Taishaman to figure out a lot of things. At least, Yang Lan's arrangements have not revealed any flaws so far. It was completely the young sect master, Li Liheng, who created the storm, but now everyone had to bear the consequences of this evil deed. This is really a misunderstanding. The unworthy disciple of my sect, Li Liheng, is the culprit. At this moment, the Taishaman had been forced to a corner. Between Li Liheng and the survival of the sect, the senior members directly chose the latter. Everything was done by Li Liheng behind our backs. Everyone must believe it. We are willing to hand over Li Liheng and let everyone deal with him. Hall Master, Mao means that everything was done by the young sect master of your sect behind your backs, and you don't know anything about it? Lady Fanghua jumped out and asked. Looking at Hall Master Mao's nodding appearance, Lady Fanghua smiled and asked, more than 200 Yuanying and Deshang stage female cultivators were kidnapped, and almost a quarter of the masters of your sect were used. The senior members of your sect did not know about it. At first glance, this formation could not be arranged in 100 years. For hundreds of years, various resources and manpower were used, but the senior members of your sect still did not know about it. May I ask, are sect masterly and all the other elders blind and deaf? Chapter 1412. Lady Fanghua's words made Mao Qi's extravagant hopes vanish into thin air. Originally, he seemed to be lacking in confidence when he said that it was a misunderstanding. Now that he was ridiculed by Lady Fanghua, he was even more speechless. The surrounding representatives of the major sect all looked at Mao Qi with eyes that were bordering on hatred. Once upon a time, he, Hall Master Mao, was treated like a distinguished guest in every sect he went to. Since when had he been treated like this? However, no matter how eloquent Mao Qi was, he could not explain the fact that the heaven and earth limitless spirit suppression formation was still absorbing the spiritual power in the world. Misunderstanding? The formation that took hundreds of years to set up was a misunderstanding? Or could it be that the array formation that was still absorbing spiritual power was a misunderstanding? The Taishaman wanted to express their sincerity, but at this moment, they did not even show the most basic respect. How could they believe it? It's not that the Taishaman did not try their best. It's just that after the formation was activated, there was no way to stop it. At this moment, Mao Qi could only tell the truth in order to get the understanding of the representatives of the major sect. As long as these major sect reached an agreement, the other small sect could completely ignore it. There's no way to stop it. Is that true? An elder of the demon clan frowned and asked. He did not seem to believe Mao Qi's words at all. I swear on my heart demon that it's absolutely true. At this time, Mao Qi immediately used the most direct method to gain trust. The heart demon oath was definitely a great weapon for the people of the Dao sect. He believed that with this premise, the representatives present would definitely believe it. In other words, if this formation can't be stopped, all the spiritual power in the world will be enjoyed by the Taishaman. We will no longer have any extravagant hopes, right? The demon clan elder forced an expression that looked like a smile on his face. He stared at Mao Qi and confirmed, "Can't stop it? Is that what you mean?" It looked like a smile, but it was definitely the muscles on his cheeks that had been clenched to the extreme. Especially the last sentence. It was like an interrogation from the devil in hell. Mao Qi was also desperate. He wanted to explain the misunderstanding, and it was not their intention to keep the array activated. However, there were two sides to every coin. Now that the great oath of the heart demon was used to make everyone believe that the formation couldn't be stopped once it was activated, it also meant that from now on, all the spiritual power in the mortal world belonged to the Taishaman, and no other sect would be involved. Hearing the monster clan elder's question, Hall Master Mao's heart sank directly to the bottom of the sea and could no longer float up. This time, the Taishamen had definitely been forced into a dead end. They had become the enemy of all the cultivators in the world. What Sect Master Li and the other elders mean is that since the formation can't be stopped, it has created a holy land for cultivation. Mao Qi had to reveal the bottom line of the sect again. Our sect is willing to open the demon sealing formation and allow everyone in the world to enter our sect for cultivation. Such a holy land for cultivation. As long as one was a cultivator, they would definitely be moved. After being in charge of the Taishamen for so many years, how could the higher-ups not understand that everything in the world, including the cultivators, was ultimately a dispute over benefits? If they could give enough benefits, they would definitely be able to turn bad things into good things. Sure enough, as soon as this was said, a few of the sect's representatives began to ponder, thinking about the pros and cons. Good plan! Lady Fenghua suddenly sneered again and said, I wonder who has the final say in this holy land for cultivation? How many people can fit in such a small place? Is it possible that once the fellow Taoists of the demon clan enter, they won't be able to come out again? Sending themselves to the door to be exterminated. What a good plan! The people of the demon clan and the demon clan did not care about the Taishamen at all, and they would not agree to this proposal. Not to mention anything else, they would have to live under someone else's roof and under the wings of the Taishamen, unless they were out of their minds. The fiercest people in the mortal world were the Taishamen, and now that the Taishamen had temporarily retreated, who knew what they would do in the future? Even the Tao sect and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance were hesitating. It seemed to be a beautiful, holy land for cultivation, and it was definitely beneficial for cultivation. However, there were a few problems that could not be solved at all. First, as Lady Fenghua said, who had the final say, would the Taishamen be willing to retreat from the territory of their own accord? Second, the problem was the number of people. All the cultivators in the world were squeezed in this place with a radius of a few thousand miles. How could they fit in? Some people could enter and some could not. That was why there was a dispute. Even if someone came forward to suppress them, did it mean that all the sect would be forced to cultivate in one place in the future and reintegrate into a big sect? Did it mean that the Taishamen could annex all the sect without bloodshed? The Taishamen are willing to withdraw from the mountain, and this place will be jointly managed by all the big sect. Seeing that someone was thinking, Mao Qi immediately took the opportunity to explain the sect's intention. To atone for our sins, our sect is willing to seal the mountain for 1,000 years. Within 1,000 years, the disciples of the Taishamen will not leave the mountain. To the Taishamen, it was a pity that they did not have the mountain gate left behind by their ancestors. However, the Taishamen still had the heaven and earth, boundless original suppression formation and the demon sealing formation. That place was very hidden, and it was hidden by a large-scale super formation. Outsiders would not be able to find it at all. The Taishamen moved to the territory of the Grand Supreme Elders, but they could leave this place and let the big sect fight among themselves. With such a big piece of meat in front of them, it would be strange if a group of wolves could coexist peacefully. When everyone fought to the point of no return, the Taishamen could come out to clean up the mess. Perhaps it was not impossible to lay down the foundation of the Taishamen in one fell swoop. Mao Qi lowered his stance, and even the top management tacitly agreed. As long as the sect could get through this crisis, they would agree to any ridiculous request. Even the plan to seal the mountain was a strategy. Now that the Taishamen were the target of public criticism, disappearing from everyone's sight might be a way to temporarily eliminate hatred and solve the crisis. Really? The elder of Wuji Demon School suddenly asked. The Taishamen sealing the mountain was a great thing for the demon sect. Forcing the leader of the Tao sect to seal the mountain was definitely the biggest achievement of the demon sect in the past tens of thousands of years. I swear by my heart demon that this is the unanimous decision of the top management of the sect. Consider it an apology to all of you. Mao Qi's expression changed, and he immediately put on the heart demon oath again. Anyway, the sect had this plan, and the oath would not affect Mao Qi's cultivation. In less than a while, Hall Master Mao has already sworn by his heart demon oath twice. Lady Fanghua covered her forehead and interrupted in a sweet voice. Your sect master Li seems to have also sworn by his heart demon oath not long ago. This heart demon oath seems to be a little worthless, right? Chapter 1413. Lady Fanghua. Mao Qi's face suddenly changed, and the momentum that he had cultivated for many years in the Foreign Affairs Hall of the Taishimen immediately broke out. He turned to Lady Fanghua and said very seriously, the Big Heart Oath is the supreme oath in our Tao sections. Our Tao sect's disciples will absolutely do what they say. Isn't it a little inappropriate for my lady to question it? Sect Master Li's Big Heart Oath was completely sacrificing himself to help the Taishimen, and Mao Qi knew it. At this moment, Lady Fanghua also questioned the credibility of the Big Heart Oath. How could he tolerate it? Even if Mao Qi didn't speak, the Blue Cloud Sect, Qianquan Sect, Five Elements Sect, and Green Jade Immortal Island should also stand up and speak. Jejejej. Lady Fanghua didn't seem to see Mao Qi's face. She giggled. After laughing for a while, she said in a joking tone, the Big Heart Oath is not perfect. There are at least 5 kinds of cultivation methods in the demon sections. After cultivating, you can completely ignore the Big Heart Oath. Unfortunately, it seems that the Great Heart Demon Heart Sutra is one of them. Mao Qi was furious when he heard the words. He immediately changed his face and shouted at Lady Fanghua. Lady Fanghua, what do you mean by these words? Nothing. The smile on Lady Fanghua's face suddenly converged, and her pretty face was instantly covered with a layer of frost. She stared at Mao Qi and said coldly, the young master of your sect, Li Liheng, was just a little ancestor in the peak of the Jedon stage 200 years ago. A person who cultivates the Devil Heart Sutra alone can't use so many Deshang stage furnaces. Boom! All the representatives present stood up in an instant. Madame Fanghua's words were obviously insinuating something else. In fact, the meaning of the words was very obvious, but the news revealed was so amazing that people couldn't accept it for a while. No one knew that cultivating the Devil Heart Sutra could ignore the Big Heart Oath. But since it was the cultivation method of the demon sects, the people in the demon sects had the most right to speak. Even the other sect of the demon sects may not know so much detail. However, everyone was sure of one thing, and that was that they indeed knew of some techniques that did not require the great vow of heart demons. Lady Fanghua's myriad colors spiritual art was one of them. Of course, the other demon sects also had their own elite techniques that could ignore the great oath of the heart demon. Since there was such a basis, the credibility of Lady Fanghua's words soared to 99%. In addition, Lady Fanghua said that there was more than one person who practiced the unrestrained Demon Heart Sutra. This was not an injustice to the Taishimen. Yang Lan also practiced it, but the Taishimen did not know about it. There was also a very important reason, that was, the Free Demon Heart Sutra was a cultivation method of the demon sections, Li Liheng and Yang Lan. The 2 Tao sect's disciples had to forcibly cultivate it. At least at the time of entry and advancement, the difficulty was much higher than that of the demon sect's disciples. In this way, the consumption of those human cauldrons far exceeded that of demon sect disciples who cultivated normally. This was for sure. Lady Fanghua, don't slander me. Mao Qi was really anxious. If he was really given this title by Lady Fanghua, then the Taishimen would not be able to let the disciple survive, let alone seal the mountain. The fact was too serious, and Mao Qi could not help but be anxious. What evidence do you have? Evidence? What a joke! Do we need evidence to do things in the demon sects? Lady Fanghua sneered and directly threw out the sentence. Her words caused several representatives of the demon sects to nod. It was also a very cool thing to be able to throw this sentence in front of the Foreign Affairs Hall Master of the Taishaman. However, this matter is of great importance. I still want you to be convinced. Lady Fanghua did not know when a piece of jade slip appeared in her hand. She directly slapped it on the table beside her. Don't think that only Taishamen have free demon heart sutra. It is a forbidden cultivation method of the demon sex. But we are not allowed to cultivate it. We can still find a few records of it. As if to confirm Lady Fanghua's words, Wuji Demon School and another representative of the demon sect slowly took out a piece of jade slip from their chenkuan bags and put it on the table, respectively. There was also an elder of the demon clan next to them who also took out a piece of jade slip. This cultivation method is not very magical. And the principle is simple. It is just that when cultivating it, it is against the harmony of heaven. Our disciples of the demon sects are disdainful of it. You can take it and have a look. There is no need to avoid it. The representative of Wuji Demon School still spoke in a leisurely tone, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. The elder of Wuji Demon School made it sound simple, as if he was a benevolent person who did not care about the harmony of heaven. To put it bluntly, it was because it was difficult to cultivate, and it was easy to provoke public anger, which would lead to serious consequences. It should be known that the cultivation of each human cauldron of free demon heart sutra was at least 2 small realms higher than that of the cultivator. Not to mention other things. Just finding so many human cauldrons and capturing them without letting them get hurt was the natural mode of cultivation. It had nothing to do with hurting the harmony of heaven. Since when did the people of the demon sects treat the world as their responsibility? Alas! The people of the demon sects took the lead, and even the elder of the Blue Cloud sect and the Tao sects could not help but sigh. A piece of jade slip also appeared in his hand. With a regretful expression on his face, he sighed and said, "This is free demon heart sutra." When the devil was beheaded, the Blue Cloud sect also left a copy. Alas! He only said part of the origin of the jade slip, but he did not say anything more after that. He just sighed. The elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Chenkuan sect, and the 5 Elements sect did not say anything. They took turns to pick up the jade slip next to Elder Shur and quickly explored it. Then they picked up a few pieces of jade slip taken out by the representative of the demon sections. After the same exploration, everyone could be completely sure that the record of the Free Demon Heart Sutra of the Blue Cloud sect was exactly the same as the record on the jade slip of the demon sections. Everyone was in the Deshang realm. After reading this level of demonic cultivation from beginning to end, they could quickly understand the principle of the cultivation method. With their cultivation experience and insight, they could roughly infer from this how many cauldrons were needed for a junior in the peak Jiran stage to cultivate to the Yuanying stage. There was no difficulty at all. After knowing that there were people in Taishamen who cultivated the Free Demon Heart Sutra, the major sect immediately tried to find information related to the Free Demon Heart Sutra. At that time, when they found the Taishamen, there were many people, and everyone still had scruples about the Taishamen, so they did not find this point. Now, Lady Fanghua pointed out on the spot that more than one person had cultivated the Free Demon Heart Sutra. Obviously, they had carefully studied it afterwards and found the problem. Not long after, all the representatives had read through the jade slips. They were all masters. Whether there was a problem or not, there was no need for others to remind or mislead them. Every representative of the sect, after reading it, was angry, staring at Mao Qi, seemingly wanting him to give an explanation. Chapter 1414. Mao Qi would never have thought that things would fall to this point. In his previous plan, the Taishamen would put on a low profile, apologize, and even be willing to close the mountain as a self-punishment, which should be able to calm the anger of the major sect. Now it seemed that things were far from that simple. The number of cultivators of the Free Demon Heart Sutra, Mao Qi did not know before. He was later told about the cross-border spiritual awareness cultivation method by the high-level because he had to explain it to many sect members. He was barely on the edge of the high level, but far from the core high level. Some core secrets he had no opportunity and no authority to know. When he heard the words of the crowd, Mao Qi's first reaction was whether Sect Master Li was also involved. Otherwise, why would Sect Master Li make a great heart demon oath that was like certain death? At this time, Mao Qi could no longer care about other things. He grabbed a piece of jade slip that recorded the Free Demon Heart Sutra and quickly studied it. The length of the Free Demon Heart Sutra was not very long, and soon Mao Qi had a concept. Although he was not a master of the Deshang stage, as a Yuanying stage elder of the Taishamen, his knowledge was absolutely there. How could he not find that there was a problem with the number of cauldrons? Just the female cultivator cauldrons of the major sect added up to nearly 200. If the female cultivators of those small sect were counted, it had been steadily close to the 300 mark. This was not counting that some cauldrons were likely to have been tortured and died. It must be known that the number of female cultivators who met the requirements during this period of time was far more than this number. With such a huge number of cauldrons, not to mention that Li Liheng only cultivated his spiritual awareness from the peak Jedon stage to the early Deshang stage, it was possible to directly push it to the human immortal level. Then the problem naturally came. Li Liheng's cultivation base had not reached that level. How could he consume so many cauldrons? The only explanation was that there was more than one person who cultivated the Free Demon Heart Sutra. From the beginning of Lady Fanghua's doubts to the present conclusion, it was simply a natural process. There was no chance to deny it at all. If it was only the people of the demon sect who took the cultivation method from the Free Demon Heart Sutra, Mao Qi could still deny it. However, the demon race and the Blue Cloud sect also took out identical jade slips. What was even more coincidental was that it was indeed the experts from the Taishamen sect and the Blue Cloud sect who had annihilated the devil that year. This kind of big event was recorded by each sect, so it was impossible to deny it even if one wanted to. Mao Qi could not just act shamelessly and say that the unrestrained Devil Heart Sutra presented by Elder Shur of the Blue Cloud sect and the representatives of the other sect were all fake and that they had colluded with each other, right? That was not to defend the Taishamen, but to dig a few more shovels in the process of digging the graves of the Taishamen. At this moment, Sect Master Li's image in Mao Qi's mind had changed from sacrificing himself to protect the sect to another subversive image. Even several other core executives were suspected. After all, so many experts were involved in this matter, and even the Supreme Elder was involved. If it were not for the intervention of Sect Master Li and several core executives, how could he, Hall Master Mao Qi, not even know about it? Now, the way everyone looked at Mao Qi, there was no room for accommodation at all. Everyone was patient, waiting for someone to serve tea and send off the guests. If the Taishamen can do one thing, this matter is not impossible to discuss. An elder of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance suddenly said. His words attracted everyone's attention. Even Mao Qi seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, looking at the elder nervously and expectantly. The Taishamen open the demon ceiling formation and hand over the formation plate to us. From Sect Master Li, every disciple of the Taishamen must surrender. After we screen and investigate all the matters one by one, we will naturally return the innocence of the Taishamen. The elder was not polite at all and directly put forward his own request. I also swear by my heart demon that I will never avenge my personal grievances, nor will I wrongly accuse any disciple of the Taishamen. After the investigation, the Taishamen are still Taishamen. How should the matter of the formation be solved? At that time, the Taishamen can also contribute. Perhaps he felt that the previous request was not sincere enough. The elder also specifically emphasized that he also swore by his heart demon. However, in the eyes of Mao Qi, this was simply a mockery of him and Sect Master Li for making 3 heart demon oaths in less than 2 months. Not to mention such a sarcastic attitude. How could the Taishamen accept this condition alone? It was better to destroy the Taishaman than to let the Taishaman wait for investigation. If the Taishaman really experienced such a thing, then they would not have a foothold in the world at all. What Taishaman or Taishaman was it possible? I also swear by my heart demon that as long as the Taishaman carry out this condition, I and my sect will not make things difficult for the Taishaman. After the elder cultivator swore, Lady Fanghua immediately followed up with a heart demon oath. Following that, many representatives of the sect all swore by their heart demon, expressing the same meaning, that the Taishaman surrender. This condition was more acceptable than the Taishaman sealing off the mountain. How could it be so easy for the Taishaman to leave after doing something wrong? Impossible. How could Mao Qi agree to it? He immediately rejected it decisively. This concerned the face of the Taishaman. Even if he had to die, he could not accept such an insult. Hand over the disciple who made a mistake and seal off the mountain for 1,000 years is the bottom line of the Taishaman. We will never agree to such an excessive request. As if he felt that such an attitude would cause the negotiation to collapse, Mao Qi immediately made some appropriate concessions. If sealing off the mountain for 1,000 years does not satisfy everyone, the Taishaman are willing to seal off the mountain for 2,000 years. There is no need to discuss anything else. Good plan. Lady Fanghua clapped her hands crisply. Each clap seemed very abrupt. Good plan. Even a small sect like Yin Yang Demon School has set up 2 demon sealing formations. The dignified Taishaman have such a super spirit gathering formation. How could they not set up a few more in secret places, leaving one for us to fight for? The Taishaman used 2,000 years to build up their strength. Brilliant! Everyone had already thought of this possibility, but no one said it out loud. Now that Lady Fanghua had taken the initiative, she had destroyed the wishful thinking of the Taishaman. The crowd, who had been staring at Mao Qi with hostility, now looked at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. If the Taishaman intend to use such a clumsy method to bluff their way through, then the Yin Yang Demon School will not join in the fun and discuss anything with the Taishaman. Lady Fanghua firmly expressed her sect's position. Hall Leader Mao, please go back. The next time we meet, it will be a fight to the death. I won't send you off. Chapter 14:15. After Madame Fanghua finished, she got up directly and didn't say much. She turned around and left, without the slightest reluctance. She was full of admiration for her beloved's methods. It seemed that Yang Qin had already determined that these sect members wouldn't easily fall out with the Taishaman unless they were forced into a corner. It couldn't be helped. The Black Heaven sect controlled the Heavenly Court, and even the current Jade Emperor was the sect master of the Black Heaven sect. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't survive, who would be willing to fall out with a representative of the Black Heaven sect, the Taishaman? However, the current situation was completely different. The Heaven and Earth Boundless Origin Suppression Formation had absorbed all the spiritual energy in the world to the Taishaman, leaving nothing for the other sect members. This was even more serious than digging up the ancestral graves of the other sect members. This was digging up their roots, leaving no way for them to survive. They had no choice but to fight. If the Taishaman had accepted the conditions of the itinerant Cultivator Alliance Elder, and all the Taishaman disciples had surrendered and waited for investigation, Lady Fanghua would have accepted it. However, everyone knew that the Taishaman would never agree. Now the Taishaman and the other sect members could only fight to the death. Lady Fanghua wasn't inferior to men. She declared war on the Taishaman in front of the Taishaman's Foreign Affairs Hallmaster. Her performance was enough to make the representatives of the other sect members blush with shame. Not long after, Mao Qi left in a daze and returned to the demon sealing formation of the Taishaman. He easily entered the formation. The demon sealing formation had the effect of the Taishaman disciples. As long as one had the identity token of a Taishaman disciple, one could pass through without any obstruction. At the same time that Mao Qi left, Lady Fanghua had already led a large group of experts from Yin Yang Demon School to another place. there were tens of thousands of Taishaman disciples who had gone out to train. Over the past few days, countless Taishaman disciples who had gone out had sensed that something was wrong and wanted to rush back to Taishaman. However, they were stopped by numerous experts from the other sect. However, at that time, everyone had not reached the point of falling out with each other. Those people were only trapped in a certain area, and their lives were not in danger. Now, the identity tokens on those people were the keys to enter and exit the Taishaman's demon sealing formation. It had been more than a month since the Heaven and Earth limitless original suppressing formation had activated the special formation eye. All the major sect had basically completed the deployment of the experts. Except for a few key experts who stayed behind to guard the sect, all the other experts went to the periphery of the Taishaman's formation and surrounded the entire demon-sealing formation of the Taishaman. With each major sect taking the lead, they brought along some experts from smaller sects that they were familiar with. Each sect was in charge of one direction, completely sealing the Taishaman in their demon-sealing formation. The demon-sealing formation could isolate the heavenly tribulations and block the probing of divine senses, but it could not block sight. During the past month, the experts surrounding the Taishaman sect had seen the spiritual power in the Taishaman's sect converge at a rate visible to the naked eye, while they could barely absorb a bit of the spiritual power passing by. How could they ever feel satisfied? Not to mention anything else. Even the grass and trees in the Taishaman's mountain gate had undergone earth-shaking and earth-shattering changes in the past month. In an environment where the spiritual pressure was 100 times more than the original environment, the grass and trees were like cultivation experts. Even the worst of them had increased in size by several times. The most outrageous thing was that an old pine tree that was originally planted at the mountain gate to welcome guests had unexpectedly developed spiritual intelligence and become a tree demon cultivator. All of this had happened in a mere month, right in front of everyone's eyes. If even the tree was like this, one could imagine the level of cultivation of the Taishaman's disciples in the Taishaman's mountain gate. When they thought about how the Taishaman had taken away all the spiritual power in the world and left nothing for them, which expert could remain calm? Not every expert had to consider the big picture. The big shots in charge of the sect had simply nurtured hatred for the experts, who didn't need to consider too much. Negotiations between the representatives of the sect and the Taishaman's hall master, Mao, had completely broken down. There was no room for negotiation. The first to bear the brunt of the attack were the unfortunate disciples of the Taishaman who had gone out to train and hadn't been able to return in time. The people from Yin Yang Demon School didn't arrive much earlier. Not long after, the experts from the various sect arrived one after another. The trapped disciples of the Taishaman also realized the danger and began to take precautions. Kill. Snatch their identity tokens. Lady Fanghua raised her slender hand and waved it forward. Countless experts rushed into the crowd dozens of miles away. Pulling one hair could affect the whole body. From all directions, countless figures carrying countless offensive artifacts charged toward the valley with a circumference of 100 miles where the tens of thousands of disciples of the Taishaman were trapped. No one showed any mercy, and no one showed any mercy. Regardless of the cultivation of the disciples who had gone out to train, they didn't have the protection of the demon-sealing formation or the powerful support of the sect. They were surrounded by the experts of the sect whose numbers and realms far exceeded theirs. There was no way they could escape. There was nothing they could do. The demon-sealing formation provided by Yang Qin was too powerful. No one had any way to break it and kill their way into the Taishaman's mountain gate. The identity tokens of the disciples who had gone out were the keys. If they wanted to settle the score with the Taishaman, the keys were indispensable. The sect's desire to find the keys was too strong. The trapped disciples of the Taishaman understood this very well. They wouldn't just wait for death. The tough ones collected the identity tokens of the Taishaman's mountain gate and destroyed them. The smarter and weaker ones tried to use these identity tokens to exchange for a chance of survival. A massacre that took place outside the gate of the greatest heaven sect was naked staged. The Taishamin's mountain gate knew that the disciples of their sect were trapped outside, but they had no way to rescue them. They could only watch as the tens of thousands of disciples who had gone out to train were besieged and slaughtered by all the other sects in the world. From the moment the first blood splashed, the whole thing could only develop in one direction. A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Either the Taishamin's mountain gate or the other sect's mountain gate. Everyone had only one choice. Either the Taishamin stayed, or the other sect's mountain gate was annihilated, or the Taishamin's mountain gate was annihilated. There was no other possibility. If I don't take revenge, I'm not a human. Sect leader Li watched the natal spirit tokens explode in the Hall of Heroes. His lips couldn't help but tremble. He yelled furiously, turned around, and gritted his teeth at the several core elders who were also watching the scene. Open the demon sealing formation and fight with them. Sect leader, don't be impatient. An elder forcibly suppressed his anger. His trembling body showed his indignation. But he still forced himself to stay calm and advised, when the Grand Supreme Elder and the others arrive, we will settle the score with them. Chapter 14:16. Because the cultivation of the Supreme Elders had exceeded the limit of the mortal world, before the demon sealing formation, in order to stay in the mortal world, all of their cultivation could not be leaked. Therefore, they could not continue to keep their natal spirit tablets in the Chuaning Hall, so they took them all back. After the demon sealing formation, everyone continued this habit. No one dared to ask the Supreme Elders to leave their natal spirit tablets in front of them. This also led to one thing. Whether those Supreme Elders ascended or died, it was impossible for the sect to know the news immediately. Therefore, so far, no one in Taishamin knew that on the first day of the Heaven and Earth Limitless Origin Suppression Formation, the Supreme Elders in the Demon Sealing Formation that Taishamin had secretly set up were all killed by Yangchen. Within the mountain gate of Taishamin, there had always been a few Supreme Elders. However, there were only a few of them. Their combined combat power was no match for a grade 10 human immortal First Elder. To be able to become the number 1 Dao sect, the grade 10 human immortal First Elder was one of the biggest reasons. It was no secret that there were Supreme Elders in each sect, but not every sect had a grade 10 human immortal First Elder. As far as the Taishamin knew, including the super sect of Dao sect and Demon sect, the Supreme Elder with the highest cultivation was only a grade 8 human immortal First Elder. In this battle, all parties must have sent out their elites. At this point, whoever held back would be stupid. However, the senior leaders of Taishamin still believed that as long as their First Elder went out alone, he could at least kill at least half of the Supreme Elders of each sect. The realm of grade 10 human immortal First Elder was not just for show. It was a ravine that could only be filled with the lives of experts when necessary. But this time, for some reason, there was no reply even though the message had already been sent out. The senior leaders of Taishamin could only think that the major sect outside had done something, so the news could not be sent out at all. Do you think the elders still have a chance to get the news? It wasn't that sect master Li hadn't considered this possibility, but in his rage he couldn't care about anything else. Now that he was reminded by the elder, he forcefully suppressed his anger and closed his eyes. If necessary, we must also consider leaving a large number of seeds for the Taishamin so that they can make a comeback in the future. The other elder was a little cautious. It just so happened that sect master Li also raised this topic. After pondering for a while, he still said his thoughts. Everyone present was a core member of the upper echelon. They all knew about the reserve warehouse of the Taishamin and the demon sealing formation where the Grand Elders were. As long as that place was safe and sound, the Taishamin would not be completely destroyed. Everyone was clear about this. The elder's suggestion was just a precautionary measure. In charge of a super large sect like Taishamin, how could sect master Li's vision and knowledge be ordinary? Of course, he understood the necessity of doing so, especially at a time like this when the sect was challenging the world alone. It was even more important to ensure the sect's legacy. In fact, for more than a month, the Taishamen were not completely unprepared. They had selected thousands of disciples with excellent qualifications, but not high enough cultivation from the disciples in the mountain gate as seeds. They gathered together on weekdays and took advantage of this opportunity to cultivate with abundant spiritual power. When necessary, they would quickly enter a cave residence and be sent to the location of the Grand Elders through a secret passage by a trusted master of the sect. That secret passage could only be used once, especially in such a situation where the enemy was surrounding them. As long as it was used once, it would be discovered. This was also the reason why the sect did not use the message. It was a life-saving passage at the most critical moment, and it must not be easily exposed. If the Grand Elders can't come over, can't we fight? Another elder was not so pessimistic and suddenly asked a question. Everyone had worked together for so many years and knew that there must be a reason for him to say so. No one interrupted and just waited quietly for him to say the reason. You are all very busy and did not pay much attention to the cultivation of the disciples in the sect. The elder did not keep them in suspense at this time and said directly, "In the past month, the cultivation of the disciples in the sect has improved by leaps and bounds. The effect is even comparable to the effect of 100 years of cultivation in the sect." Hearing this elder's words, everyone's eyes lit up. This was indeed a detail that they did not pay much attention to. These days, everyone was only concerned about how to solve the trouble in front of them and the situation in the heaven and earth, boundless spirit suppression, spell formation. They had forgotten about the other disciples in the mountain gate. I have counted in the past 2 days. The elder did not seem to be particularly nervous, but he did not make everyone anxious either. He quickly and calmly said, "There are about 500,000 disciples in the mountain gate, among which 450,000 are below the gold core stage. These disciples can't play any role for the time being and are not enough to rely on. In the face of such a war, the disciples below the gold core stage could not even be regarded as cannon fodder. No one had any objection to this. In fact, even if the gold core stage was counted, it was estimated that they were at most a little better than cannon fodder. They could only support a few dozen breaths of time, and they could not play any decisive role. There are about 48,000 disciples in the gold core stage, but there are no less than 25,000 disciples in the peak of the gold core stage." The elder introduced the data in an orderly manner. It was just that this data was really incomprehensible. Since when were there so many disciples in the peak of the gold core stage? In fact, their cultivation has exceeded the nascent soul stage, but they have not crossed the tribulation. As long as they cross the tribulation, it is almost 25,000 nascent soul stage. The elder's words directly pointed out the reason. The eyes of sect Master Li and other elders were obviously getting brighter and brighter. 25,000 nascent soul stage masters were even more than the original nascent soul stage masters. This number definitely exceeded the total number of nascent soul stage masters in all the sect. Of course, the most anticipated thing was the number of nascent soul stage masters. Even the gold core stage could be so powerful. What kind of surprises could the nascent soul stage bring to everyone? The original nascent soul stage masters were more than 1,600, close to 1,700. But in this month, there are already about 1,000 in the peak nascent soul stage. They are also beyond the Deshang level, and they are only waiting for the tribulation to reach the Deshang stage. The number in the elder's mouth was getting more and more surprising. If there were suddenly more than 1,000 masters in the Deshang stage, this battle may not be lost. There are less than 200 masters in the Deshang stage, but now there are more than 100 masters who are close to ascending. The elder finally said the last part. "If we let them rush straight to the camp of those guys outside, I believe it will be very lively." Chapter 1417. More than 100 masters facing their tribulation at the same time, and it was also the wind tribulation. This kind of scene seemed to make people excited just thinking about it. Coupled with the appearance of the enemies during the tribulation transcendence, it would be a magnificent scene that would make one feel refreshed and happy. The eyes of Sect Master Li and several other elders lit up. More than 100 people could make the hundreds of thousands of enemies outside the mountain gate disappear. If it could really be done, the Taishaman would be the first in the world in the future. No, it would be the only one in the world, and no other sect could threaten the majesty of the Taishaman. Not to mention the threat, whether there could be other sect, it needed the consent of the Taishaman. Because the welcoming array was destroyed, for a long time, the Taishaman did not know the news from the immortal world. And they did not know that the profound heaven sect had taken control of the heavenly court. There was no way. Not everyone was like Yangqin, who could casually arrange a welcoming array. Without spending hundreds of years, the welcoming array could not be rebuilt at all. Fortunately, they caught Bei Shuangyu, the elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, as the high-level core of the Green Jade Immortal Island, really mastered many secrets of the Green Jade Immortal Island. One of the most important things for the Taishaman was that the sect master of the immortal world's profound heaven sect had become the Jade Emperor. When they learned of this news, Sect Master Li and a group of senior executives almost wanted to vent to their heart's content with wine and songs. The ancestors of the immortal world were so powerful, and the younger generation of disciples in the world could not let the ancestors look down on them. When the representatives of the major sect came to the door, although the Taishaman's posture was very low, they were also confident. This time it was indeed the Taishaman who had done it, so they would give the condition of sealing the mountain. But that was all. If those guys didn't know how to appreciate favors, everyone could only see life and death. Sect Master Li finally nodded heavily, which also meant that he agreed with the elder's suggestion. If more than 100 disciples could solve the immediate trouble, it would be the best. Even if it didn't work, it could greatly deplete the strength of the alliances outside. Next, which sect could fight against the Taishaman who had more than 20,000 Yuanying stage and more than 1,000 Deshang stage masters? The massacre outside had not ended, but the Taishaman had already reacted. To everyone's surprise, only a little more than 100 people dashed out from all directions of the demon ceiling formation, heading straight for the place where most of the sect's allied forces were gathered. Before he could even get close, the sky had already been shrouded by tribulation clouds that blotted out the sun. In an instant, the entire horizon became pitch black and nothing could be seen. Every direction was surrounded by a large number of masters from the sect's allied forces. The masters from the Tao, Demon, Rogue Cultivator Alliance, and some big families were in charge. A large number of masters from the small and medium-sized sect were gathered, ready to trap the Taishaman here. Now, the Taishaman experts were rushing towards the place where these experts were gathered. They really are going to use this move. Seeing this scene, the heads of the core sect's allied forces all had the sentence in their minds, and their bodies couldn't help but tremble. As early as before Mao, Qi came out to negotiate with the representatives of the major sect, the great elder of Yin Yang Demon School. Lady Fanghua had told everyone about this possibility, and she was very sure that the Taishaman would definitely use this move. Of course, there was also a basis for this judgment. Lady Fanghua made this conclusion based on the changes in the spiritual power inside the gate of the Taishaman on the 20th day or so. At that time, the spiritual power inside the gate of the Taishaman was so rich that the spiritual power had turned into a spiritual liquid. The entire gate of the Taishaman was covered with a thin layer of spiritual liquid, and then the spiritual liquid slowly flowed to the lowest point. By the end of the month, the thickness of the spiritual liquid that everyone saw had already exceeded 5 feet. With this level of spiritual power, it wouldn't be a problem to push a group of Mahayana stage experts to the edge of crossing their tribulation within a month. At first, everyone didn't dare to fully believe Lady Fanghua's words, But after all, it was a possibility, so they made targeted responses to this inferred situation. Of course, it was just a precaution. Many of the sect's representatives didn't take it seriously. Everyone was fighting fair and square. So how could they use this kind of method? However, when they witnessed all this happen in front of their eyes, the group of representatives was so stimulated that they trembled all over. Now, everyone's mind was filled with joy. Fortunately, Lady Fanghua had reminded them, otherwise the Allied forces would have suffered heavy casualties. Even if there were only a few experts left, facing the densely packed experts of the Taishimin, they wouldn't be able to escape death. The higher-ups of the Allied forces had a way to deal with this, but ordinary experts of the sect were not qualified to know. Seeing this situation, even a pig knew what the Taishimin were planning to do, not to mention that the experts who could be qualified to be included in the annihilation of the Taishimin were not fools. Fools did not have such a cultivation base. Countless people shouted in horror and then fled to the distance. That kind of scene really responded to the speculation of the greatest heaven sect, Masterly. The wolf ran and rushed. How embarrassing it was! Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, but they stood on the edge of the demon seal array and explored it with their spiritual awareness. It was enough to make them happy. In this situation, the Taishimin's anger of being jointly condemned by the major sect was finally half relieved. Of course, if they wanted to completely vent their anger, it would be best if all the major sect were destroyed. That would be the most beautiful scene in the world. As for how to clean up after destroying so many sect, was it a joke? Could the Jade Emperor not handle all this? The Taishimin masters who rushed out soon found that each of them was surrounded by 4 or 5 masters of the Mahayana stage. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian launched a barrage of attacks at Zhang Xian's head. Were they planning to sacrifice these 4 or 5 masters to buy some time for others to escape? It must be known that in the case of triggering the tribulation clouds, these people would definitely be involved in the attack range of the wind tribulation. These masters who besieged them would definitely die. The Taishimin masters, who felt that they had already understood the plan of the sect's coalition forces, sneered in their hearts. These ordinary masters of the Mahayana stage could at most withstand the first round of the wind tribulation. The remaining 8, did they really think that the spiritual power in the Taishimin's mountain gate was vegetarian? Their strength had already exceeded the limit of ascension. They didn't even need to do anything. As long as they caught up with the fleeing crowd, they could turn those guys into flying ashes. A master of the Taishimin who was proud of himself did not care about this level of attack. He just sacrificed a protective magic weapon to block in front of him. Then he saw a shiny golden rod smashing into his protective magic treasure. Chapter 1418. It was just a stick in the hands of an ordinary master of the late Deshang stage. What could it do? What could it do to a master of the human immortal level? Even if there was no protective magic weapon and it was directly hit on his body, at most it would only hurt a little or even there would be no pain. However, a lion also used all his strength to fight a rabbit, especially now that he was still on the verge of crossing the tribulation, no matter how careful he was. The master of crossing the tribulation tried his best to control his protective magic weapon. As long as he could take this and hold on for another 10 breaths, the first wind tribulation would come, and those people would have no more chances. Boom! The transcending tribulation master watched helplessly as the shining golden rod smashed into his protective magic treasure. Then he felt his divine sense shake violently. The protective magic weapon didn't even stand up and turned into pieces. Then the stick, carrying a huge force that surged to the extreme, smashed heavily on the body of the master of crossing the tribulation. Several other masters in the vicinity could even see the deformation of the body of the master of crossing the tribulation after the contact with the stick by the flickering light on the stick. Puff, the powerful master of crossing the tribulation, the full body instantly became thin, and then at the moment when the stick was retracted, he flew back to the place where he had just come out with a speed 10 times faster than when he rushed out. Pa! A pile of minced meat directly smashed onto the edge of the demon's ceiling formation, splattering a large amount of blood. Bright red blood slowly flowed down the transparent barrier of the demon's ceiling formation, and then there was no more sound. Elder Ho is so powerful. The one responsible for fighting this guy happened to be several Deshang stage elders of Chunying Palace. At this time, the one who spoke was Hall Master Mengxian, who had just entered the Deshang stage. The owner of the stick, of course, was the Herculean Ape King, Ho Yin. After so many years of practicing the yellow, turbaned strongman body refining technique, he now finally reached the early stage of the river turning strength. The staff in his hand had been tempered countless times by Ho Yin, and now it weighed 100,000 kilograms. When he swung it, he didn't even need to use any other attacks to turn a tribulation transcendence expert into meat paste. Did he really think that he had reached the level of a human immortal by becoming a tribulation master in just 1 month? He might not even be able to control the sudden increase in his spiritual power. He was no different from a little kid waving a heavy axe. To put it bluntly, he might even stagger when walking. How could he block Ho Yun's full blow? The Taishaman's plan had a fatal flaw, and that was that the strength of these experts would only increase in a short period of 1 month. If it was like what happened to Mu Mingyuan in the past, without many people interfering, it probably wouldn't be too difficult for him to ascend. But once he met a strong opponent, it was destined to become a tragedy. It was not only a master crossing the tribulation in this direction who became a tragedy. Just on the side of the green jade Immortal Island, the cold plum fairy Shurshanshan took advantage of the speed of the Langya crystal ship and sent out 6 sword chi in several directions. 6 Taishamen crossing the tribulation masters directly became 12 phases. Shurshanshan's move was so fast and powerful that the masters of other sect who saw this scene were directly scared. A disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island almost killed 6 masters of crossing the tribulation at the same time. How terrifying was the hidden strength of the Green Jade Immortal Island. After crossing the tribulation, Shurshanshan was able to easily cut out 6 sword chi, and after the shot, she would not be weak like the last time in the Langya well, paralyzed in the arms of Yongqin. She still had the strength to easily drive the Langya crystal ship and slowly fly back to the direction that the Green Jade Immortal Island was responsible for. In this direction, there was no sign of any master of crossing the tribulation. On the side of the Blue Cloud sect, Sun Qingxue held a long cyan rattan in her hand. In front of the rattan, she rolled her own life source flying sword and directly surrounded a master of crossing the tribulation. The attack happened very quickly. Not only the flying sword, but the rattan also had extremely powerful attack power. Even if it was the life source flying sword of the master of crossing the tribulation, it was only a faint white mark on the rattan. Other than that, there was no damage. Just a few breaths before the tribulation of the master of crossing the tribulation. The protection of the master of crossing the tribulation was finally broken by Sun Qingxue. The flying sword pierced the skin of the master, and the rattan behind the flying sword quickly rolled to his wound. In just 2 breaths, a living master directly turned into a dried corpse. The blue jade blood phantom vine, which had absorbed part of the characteristics of the ultimate demonized demon vine. Even a master of crossing the tribulation could not bear it. The Qingquan sect and the 5 Elements sect were becoming more and more outstanding in these 2 directions. Shi Wushuang and the Murong 5 sisters, each of them was surrounded by an iron-winged eagle at the peak of the Deshang stage. The swift and unparalleled speed, coupled with the tacit cooperation, made people have no time to prepare. The attack came in front of them, and they could only take it with great difficulty. No matter how prepared they were, the sudden attack still gave their opponents a huge fright. The attack power of the iron-winged eagle was so powerful that it made people desperate. If they could avoid it, it would be okay, but under the abnormal speed of the iron-winged eagle, there was no better way than to resist it. However, after the attack of the women who had been trained by Yongqin, How could an ordinary master of the Deshang stage take it? Sure, Wushuang's life, source flying sword, directly absorbed a Penglai divine wood and was invincible. The Murong sisters were even more ruthless. Even though their cultivation bases had dropped slightly, their origin enchanted treasures were dragon rope hooks. Dragon tendons and dragon bone 5-element hooks were refined from dragon tendons and dragon bones. Even if they were separated, they were not something that an elite who could activate within a short period of time could handle. Boom, boom, boom. The high-speed attacks continuously fell on the body of the master of crossing the tribulation. Although there was no strong blow to kill, but 4 or 5 consecutive attacks, the opponent could not escape. When the protective magic weapon was broken, they could only use their physical body to resist. 6 masters of crossing the tribulation, in front of Shi Wushuang and the Murong 5 sisters. Just before the tribulation was about to fall, they regrettably lost their lives. Just a little bit, the tribulation would come, and Shi Wushuang and the Murong sisters would be caught in it. Unfortunately, that scene would never happen. The tribulation clouds that belonged to them had begun to dissipate and would never appear again. Every big sect had more than one great elder, but it was too wasteful to use it at this time. As long as the great elder made a move, even if they won, they would trigger the tribulation themselves. There was no demon seal formation to isolate the tribulation. It was definitely not worth it to exchange a great elder for an ordinary master, especially when the Taishaman still had a bunch of great elders that needed these elders to deal with. Not every sect had ordinary masters of the Deshang stage who could rival the masters of crossing the tribulation. But in this situation, there was still an effective means. Chapter 1419. No one in Taishaman could think that the elder Tao Junkie, who had already ascended and married Yangchen as a concubine, known as Fairy Junkie, also got a great fortune before ascending. In the Langya Well, with the help of her husband Yangchen, Tao Junkie not only successfully absorbed the pure Yin True Fire as a life source fire seed, but also refined the large piece of pure Yin True Fire into a large number of 4th Fire Divine Thunder. The ordinary 4th Fire Divine Thunder used an ordinary fire seed, and the power generally depended on the life source fire seed and cultivation base of the refiner. The batch of 4th Fire Divine Thunder that Tao Junkie refined used the pure Yin True Fire, was refined before Tao Junkie was about to ascend to the peak Deshang stage. These 4th Fire Divine Thunder were directly distributed by Yangchen to his wives and concubines, and he only kept a few, which was strongly requested by Tao Junkie. The beauty's affection was heavy, and Yangchen must take it with him to defend himself, and Yangchen did not refuse. But the vast majority of the rest were in the hands of the women. The number of this batch of 4th Fire Divine Thunder was hundreds. When Lady Fanghua proposed that Taishaman might use the trick of crossing their tribulation masters, everyone was basically helpless at first. It was too wasteful to use the great elders. It was not fair to use the masters who had worked hard to reach the high level to deal with these masters who had been promoted in a month, and it would cause the Taishaman's great elders to have no one to deal with. Now, no one knew that the Taishaman's great elders had been killed under the cooperation of Yangchen and Gao Yugong Sunling. The remaining dozen or so were also spared because they happened to be in the Taishaman Mountain Gate and did not stay in the valley. It was not appropriate to use the great elders, and there was no other way. Just when everyone was helpless, Shi Wushuang, who had always been able to participate in the sex discussions, suddenly thought of this batch of 4th Fire Divine Thunder, full of the power of Tao Junkie's peak Deshang stage attack, but also with the pure Yin True Fire attack of the 4th Fire Divine Thunder. It was definitely able to make this group of masters die on the spot. Was there anything more dramatic than using magical weapons refined by Taishaman experts to deal with Taishaman? The representatives of the sect were overjoyed when they learned about it. After testing the power of a 4th Fire Divine Thunder in a secret place, they immediately bought this batch of 4th Fire Divine Thunder from the women at a high price, and then distributed it to a group of reliable people. Even Yang Qin did not expect that the batch of fourth fire god thunder left by Tao Junkie could be sold at a good price, and it was actually used to deal with the Taishaman's crossing tribulation experts. However, even if he knew, he would still raise both hands in approval. He might even wave his hand and give it away for free. However, this level of fourth fire god thunder was too precious. Even if the girls were willing to donate it, the representatives of the major sect were still too embarrassed to accept this batch of god thunder for free. The four major sect came forward and barely bought this batch of offensive magic weapons at half the market price. At the same time, they also recorded a large number of sect contributions for the women. Those who were sure that they could kill the masters before crossing the tribulation would naturally attack directly, just like Ho Yun and the women. Those who were not sure would use the fourth fire god thunder at the beginning. More than 100 complacent Taishamans crossing tribulation experts, after leaving the demon ceiling formation, faced a fourth fire god thunder. Boom! The violent explosion directly enveloped a few miles in a sea of fire. The fourth fire god thunder had been tested, so the masters knew the attack range and avoided it early. But these Taishamans crossing tribulation experts could not avoid it and could only bite the bullet. The explosive attack of the Peak de Shang stage only had a slight impact on them, but it was not to the point of hurting them. However, the next pure Yin True Fire was an absolutely deadly thing. Even the great elder sent by Yang Lan to plot against Yang Qin did not dare to touch it easily, let alone these pseudo-masters who were quick to become masters within a month. Being directly within the conflagration of the pure Yin True Fire, the seemingly ordinary flames actually brought about unparalleled damage. Even if they pushed their defensive magic treasures to their limits, they were still unable to stop the burning of the flames. Even escaping from the conflagration became an extravagant hope. In just a few breaths, the protective magic weapons of the crossing tribulation experts turned into a pool of melted liquid and no longer had the effect of protection. The masters who were quick to become masters were quick to become masters. They had not experienced the tempering of their magic weapons for a long time, and they could not even resist for a longer time. After the protective magic weapons, the flames began to burn the masters. As long as they were stained with a trace of the flame, they were doomed to a tragic end. In a short period of time, at least 80 or 90 crossing tribulation experts died tragically under the burning of the pure Yin True Fire. Those who were lucky enough not to die and blocked the burning of the pure Yin True Fire immediately panicked to find that the tribulation had begun to descend. If they were not disturbed, these crossing tribulation experts would definitely be able to successfully cross the tribulation. However, the problem was that they were not only being burned by the pure Yin True Fire, but they also had to face the terrifying tribulation that they had never imagined. In this world, it was rare for several people to cross the tribulation at the same time. Generally speaking, the crossing tribulation experts would cross the tribulation one by one. Even if they were on the verge of crossing the tribulation at the same time, they would talk about the order. The person who crossed the tribulation first might be able to provide some experience and lessons to the people behind. Based on this point, the situation of dozens of people crossing the tribulation at the same time had basically never happened. Even if it had happened, it was not something that this group of masters who were quick to become masters within a month could know about. With their previous cultivation, they had not yet reached the time to come into contact with these things. Therefore, no one knew that so many people crossing the tribulation at the same time would cause a change in the tribulation. It would cause dozens of tribulations to gather together and become a larger and more powerful tribulation. This situation was only seen by Yang Chen's family when Tao Junkie crossed the tribulation. The Iron-Winged Eagle and the 12 Penglai Divine with demons crossed the tribulation at the same time. At this moment, the tragic masters who were quick to become masters could not care about chasing the masters of the sect coalition army who were frantically running away. Being able to protect themselves was already an extravagant hope. At the same time, They were deeply disturbed by the pure true fire, and at least half of their energy was tied up. At the same time, when the tribulation fell, they directly fell into despair. It was only the first wave of the mighty wind tribulation, but it had already taken the lives of 99% of the remaining experts. As the wind blew, a group of masters who were still high-spirited just a moment ago directly turned into flying ashes, leaving not even a bit of residue. The remaining 4 or 5 masters, who were extremely strong and had heaven-defying luck, were already exhausted after withstanding the first wave of the wind tribulation. They could only watch helplessly as the second wave of the wind tribulation blew mercilessly, but they did not even have the strength to escape. In despair, they could only close their eyes, leaving a bitter smile, and then silently turned into ashes in the wind tribulation. Chapter 1420. Those who could enter the coalition forces of the major sect were at least at the yuanying stage or above. Nothing else could be said, but if they ran desperately and no one stopped them, in a short period of time, to be exact, during the time when the tribulation masters began to trigger the heavenly tribulation and the tribulation clouds condensed and fell, they still had the ability to escape from the scope of the heavenly tribulation. Except for those who stayed to stop the enemy, everyone fled desperately. Finally, before the heavenly tribulation fell, they escaped to a safe area. As for those who stayed behind, all of them were equipped with high-speed flying magic weapons. As soon as they completed the task, they immediately ran away at the same speed. The tribulation masters of the Taishaman were killed or entangled by the pure true fire. They had no energy to chase after them, so they could escape easily. Now, these masters of the coalition forces of the sect were hiding dozens of miles away, watching everything here with the help of the raging fire of the pure true fire. Of course, at such a long distance, being able to see clearly was different, but no one dared to explore with divine sense easily, lest they were affected by the heavenly tribulation. There was one thing that could easily judge whether the tribulation was successful or not. When the tribulation master succeeded, they would emit an amazing momentum. But so far, there was no such momentum in any direction. On the contrary, the tribulation clouds in the sky had begun to slowly dissipate, and the dark sky had returned to its original brightness and clearness. This could only mean one thing: those who were crossing the tribulation had failed. It was certain that there would be a heavenly tribulation, but no one could persist until the end of the heavenly tribulation. There was no other possibility for more than 100 tribulation masters to end up in ashes. Seeing that the sky had returned to normal, the coalition forces of the major sect burst into cheers. The opponents had sent experts of this level, and it was estimated that in a short period of time, the Taishaman would never dare to send people out again. At the same time, when the aura of the heavenly tribulation was about to arrive, Sect Master Li and the elders all returned to the demon sealing array, and under the protection of the barrier of the demon sealing array, they observed the situation outside. In fact, when the fourth fire divine thunder of the pure true fire appeared, Sect Master Li's heart had already sunk to the bottom. He watched helplessly in his direction. More than a dozen crossing tribulation masters died before the heavenly general arrived, leaving only 2. The remaining 2 were directly turned into ashes by the first gale tribulation that descended from the sky. The situation on this side was like this, and it was obvious that no miracles would happen in other directions. The Taishaman's meticulous plan to attack with the help of the heavenly tribulation began with lofty ambitions and ended with the annihilation of all the experts who participated in the battle. The price paid by the sect's allied forces was only a little more than 100 fourth fire divine thunder, and not even one unlucky guy was affected by the heavenly tribulation. It could almost be said that this round was a complete victory. With so many people undergoing tribulation at the same time, the heavenly tribulation was actually triggered to such a degree. One of the Taishaman's core elders still had a look of lingering fear on his face, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. How could this be? No one spoke, and no one paid attention to the core elder's exclamation. Another question surged in everyone's mind. If multiple people crossing the tribulation at the same time would increase the power of the heavenly tribulation, then the Taishaman had so many quasi-Wanning stage and quasi-Dashang stage masters. Didn't it mean that it was meaningless at all? To be honest, the loss of more than 100 Dashang stage masters, the Taishaman could still afford the loss, and it was not to the point of exhaustion. As long as more than 20,000 quasi-Wanning stage masters and more than 1,000 quasi-Dashang stage masters successfully crossed the tribulation, the Taishaman still had the strength to look down on the heroes. However, if these masters did not cross the tribulation, they would always be quasi-Wanning stage, quasi-Dashang stage, and not a real master. The problem was that many people crossing the tribulation at the same time, no one could guarantee that they would be able to cross the tribulation successfully. After all, the power of the heavenly tribulation had increased so much that it even reached a terrifying level. If those disciples crossed the tribulation one by one, the sect coalition was bound to not give any disciple a chance to cross the tribulation. Those people would escape from the wind tribulation, but the ordinary thunder tribulation and fire tribulation, as long as the other party casually sent out a master of the Dashang stage, they didn't even need to make a move. As long as they interfered, they could make the disciples crossing the tribulation die. In this way, the Taishaman seemed to be powerful, but in fact, they were like a silver spearhead, and it was impossible to go out and fight with the sect coalition. Why did the sect coalition attack the Taishaman disciples outside for the sect identity token on those people? Even if a lot of the disciples were destroyed before they died, there were still almost tens of thousands of sect identity tokens that fell into the hands of the sect coalition's masters. If more than 10,000 masters rushed into the demon seal formation of the Taishaman, it would definitely be a nightmare for the Taishaman. It must be known that there were only a dozen great elders in the demon seal formation, and it was obvious that the coalition definitely exceeded this number, even more than the sum of the great elders of the Taishaman. So many great elders rushed into the demon seal formation without restrictions, not afraid of the arrival of the tribulation. If they let go and attack, even if there were more disciples in the Taishaman, they couldn't resist the high cultivation of these old guys, and heavy casualties were light. Can the demon seal formation keep these guys out? Sect Master, Lee suddenly asked. He could think of this problem, but those people outside couldn't think of it. Maybe in the next moment, countless great masters would rush into the demon seal formation. Yes. The core elder in charge of one of the demon seal formation discs nodded and said, "However, everyone must be prohibited from entering and leaving." The previous set of Taishaman disciples could freely enter and exit, but now that the opponent already had the identity token of Taishaman, the only way to crack it was to even ban the Taishaman disciples from entering and leaving. In this way, it was equivalent to the Taishaman disciples being trapped in the demon seal formation, and the sect coalition was blocked outside the demon seal formation. Let's do it. Sect Master Lee closed his eyes and ordered. In fact, the core elder had already been prepared and immediately closed all the demon seal formation's entrances and exits, and the two sides looked at each other across the demon seal formation. Sure enough, as expected by Sect Master Lee, the entrance and exit of the demon seal formation had just been closed, and there were already hundreds of figures rushing to the demon seal formation. Looking at their skills, they were definitely masters of the late Dashang stage or above. Among them, there were several figures of great masters of other sect that Sect Master Lee knew. This was the case in this direction, and other directions could be imagined. Sect Master Lee was also glad that he reacted quickly. After knowing the purpose of the other party getting the sect identity token, he immediately made such a decision. Chapter 14:21. At the thought of more than 1,000 fire tribulations and more than 20,000 thunder tribulations falling together, everyone felt a chill down their spine. At that time, this number may be more than that, because with the passage of time, there will be more and more masters in Taishaman. These disciples were the future of Taishimin. Among them, there were nearly 9,000 excellent disciples in the qi refining and foundation stage. Thanks to Yang Qin, after the discovery of the acquired spirit root, Taishimin also found more disciples with good qualifications. This group of people was the best qualified of all the reserved disciples. They were protected by the remaining more than 1,000 Yuanying and Deshang stage masters, which was the capital for the rise of Taishimin in the future. Under this situation, even if the Taishimin consumed, they could also exhaust the coalition forces of the sect outside. At that time, it would be a situation where Taishimin dominated the world. Except for Taishimin, there would be no other sect. For a while, the coalition forces of the sect fell into an awkward situation where they could not advance or retreat. Even Lady Fanghua, who could come up with a few ways at the beginning, was now at a loss. The representatives of the sect were all gloomy. Thinking of this, Sect Master Li also cheered up a little. Maybe the rise of the sect would happen in his own hands, and he would be able to bring honor to his ancestors and go down in history. Even if he met the founder of the sect in the future, he would be able to proudly greet him. The two sides began to deadlock. The people of Taishimin couldn't get out, and the people of the sect coalition couldn't get in. They maintained such a situation, but no one could break it. Now it was a crisis, but it was also an opportunity. If the universe everlasting spirit-suppressing formation could stop this crazy absorption, the demon-sealing formation of Taishimin would not be broken, and the sect would be safe and sound. At that time, there would be no spiritual power outside, and if they wanted to cultivate, they could only rely on spirit stones. After all, spirit stones were limited. One day, those cultivators outside would no longer have spiritual power to absorb. When the special eye of the formation was activated, Yanglan and Yanglan felt the comfort of the spiritual power pouring into their bodies. According to the previous plan, they pretended to be in a coma, but they were constantly absorbing spiritual power and constantly improving their realms. His eyes turned to the special eye of the formation. Yanglan and Yanglan, who were sent to the special eye of the formation by Li Liheng, were in a coma at the moment, and they were motionless. He didn't know what their situation was now. Did the special eye stop depend on them? Yang Chen estimated that 20 days could allow Yanglan to reach the realm of transcending tribulation and ascending, but it was because he was short of Yanglan. He didn't expect that Yanglan, the heartless guy who could give his sister to Li Liheng for himself, could bring his sister, Yanglan, in this situation. Now that 30 days had passed, the two of them finally reached the realm of transcending the tribulation and ascending. One of the elders who controlled the disc of the demon seal array was controlled by Yanglan. He could easily learn everything that happened outside through the elder, and was not affected by the demon seal array's spiritual awareness. In the greatest heaven sect, it was also not so easy. There was a truth in this world that could not be broken. Everything had a limit, whether it was an object or a life, and the same was true of the formation. The people of the sect's coalition army were also uncomfortable. For more than a month, the spiritual power in the world seemed to be getting less and less. All of it was concentrated in the mountain gate of Taishimin. Every day, the spiritual power in the mountain gate of Taishimin was several times richer, but the spiritual power outside was getting thinner and thinner. If this goes on, it would be a problem whether everyone would have spiritual power to cultivate. However, the demon seal array was so enchanting. After it was arranged, no matter how high the cultivation base was, it could not be broken from the outside. They could only find ways to destroy it from the inside. Now the demon seal array was the key to the survival of Taishimin. He believed that they would definitely strictly protect it and would never give the nails of the sect buried in Taishimin any chance. Taishimin sect Master Li, who was immersed in fantasy, did not find that in the special eye of the formation, Yanglan and Yanglan were actually awake, but they pretended to be in a coma. Not to mention Sect Master Li, no one in the entire sect had discovered this. Sect Master Li now had a guess in his heart. Maybe the Supreme Elders did not come because the spiritual power on their side was too strong. They had to try their best to absorb and refine it. At this time, it was necessary to think about the sect's way of retreat. Although the demon seal array was powerful, there was a limit to the spiritual power that could be accommodated. Similarly, the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation now had a limit to the spiritual power it could absorb. Although it seemed that Taishamen were safe and sound, if the spiritual power was absorbed too much, no matter how strong the formation was, it would be broken. At that time, there would be no need for the masters of the sect's coalition army to make a move, and the Taishamen would suffer the consequences of their own actions. It was not known when that limit would be reached, but sooner or later there would be such a day. The only way, perhaps, was to stop the heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation first. But after the special formation I was activated, this damn formation could not be stopped. The selected 10,000 disciples of all cultivation bases all entered a huge Immortal's cave magic weapon and were taken by 2 core elders and a supreme elder. According to the instructions of Sect Master Li, they rushed to the exit of the passage, ready to escape at any time. With these disciples, the Taishamen also had a demon seal array and a heaven and earth everlasting spirit suppression formation. As long as they did not touch the special formation eye, they would be safe and sound in secret. With their qualifications and the resources stored there, it was not impossible for them to grow into Taishamen again. This was the worst-case scenario, and it would not be activated unless it was a last resort. Now it depended on whether the luck of the Taishamen was really good enough. As long as the special formation eye could be stopped, the Taishamen still had hope. Immediately gather the reserved disciples and send them to the exit of the passage. After Sect Master Li hesitated for a moment, he finally made a decision. If there is nothing else, don't mention it. Once the demon seal array is broken, immediately take them to the Great Elder. If nothing had happened before, Yanglan might have immediately launched his own arrangement, opened the demon seal array, and left after crossing the tribulation. But the scene of those masters who crossed the tribulation at the same time triggered the tribulation scared Yanglan and Yanglan a lot. The people of Taishamen did not dare to open the demon seal array easily. After seeing the scene of so many people crossing the tribulation at the same time, Sect Master Li and the high-level officials knew very well that once the demon seal array was opened, it meant that more than 20,000 thunder tribulations and more than 1,000 Een fire tribulations would come at the same time. That was a disaster for the Taishamen. At first glance, they found that the original gathering of the tribulations was so terrifying. It seemed that the previous estimation was wrong. The brother and sister still needed a stronger realm to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Because of this, they also needed to endure for a few more days. Chapter 14:22. Yang Qin did not calculate Yanglan, so the estimate of time was also twice as bad. However, as long as the heaven and earth infinite essence suppression formation was still absorbing spiritual power, he was not afraid. Things were still under control. It was just a matter of time. In the demon seal formation arranged by Gong Sunling, the concentration of spiritual power was even more terrifying than that on the side of the Taishamen mountain gate. It must be known that the greatest heaven sect's mountain gate had a radius of thousands of miles, but here it was only a few dozen miles. Even if Gong Sunling's layout was relatively large, it was only 100 miles. It was almost the same distribution of spiritual power. How could the concentration of spiritual power in thousands of miles be compared with that in 100 miles? The degree of spiritual power here directly exceeded that of the Taishamen mountain gate by more than 10 times. Unlike the disciples of the greatest heaven sect, who cultivated with the help of super-rich spiritual power, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had no intention of absorbing these spiritual powers at all. With their qualifications, as long as they are diligent and down-to-earth cultivation, the tribulation and ascension is simply a matter of course. Even if it is in normal cultivation, there are also geniuses among geniuses. There is really no need to use this method to help them grow. All the spiritual power here is serving the Dragon Pagoda located in the special eye and the magic weapons in the Dragon Pagoda. Among them, Gao Yu and Gong Suinling's life source magic weapon, Yang Chen's pile of magic weapons obtained from the Dragon Palace treasure house, plus the medicine garden, profound spirit furnace, and immortal beheading blade. The Dragon Clan was a magical race. In fact, they did not need to cultivate in the mortal world at all. With the powerful ability of their race, the spiritual power that could be absorbed was almost infinite. This is also really reflected in the magic weapons of the Dragon Clan. All the magic weapons were madly absorbing spiritual power. The bottom layer of the Dragon Pagoda was now completely immersed in the spiritual liquid, madly absorbing. The second, third, and even the fourth layers have begun to shine, which is a sign that the spiritual power has been absorbed to the fourth layer. After each layer absorbs enough spiritual power, it will open. In the past, it took Xiao Tian's cultivation to reach a certain level before it would really open. After so many years, with the help of Yang Qin, Xiao Tian was barely able to open the third layer. This was still the cultivation of Xiao Tian. Others, including Yang Qin, could not enter. Without enough spiritual energy, it was impossible to open the door. But now it was completely different. The sea-like spirit wave surged over without stopping, allowing the Dragon Pagoda to absorb enough spirit power. It began to open layer by layer. As long as Yang Qin was willing, he could enter the Dragon Pagoda right now and carefully observe and comprehend the cultivation methods left behind by the Dragon Clan. Without the bloodline of the Dragon Clan, perhaps Yang Chen was not suitable to cultivate these Dragon Clan cultivation methods, but this did not prevent Yang Qin from using them as a reference. Of course, this was a story for the future. It was still far from being realized, so there was no need to pay attention to it now. The Mountain River geographical map also swallowed a huge amount of spiritual power. This array map, which contained almost the entire world's terrain, was no worse than the Dragon Pagoda in absorbing spiritual power. And the more spiritual power it absorbed, the more powerful the Mountain River geographical map would be, and the more perfect the formation inside would be. Naturally, one thing was certain, that is, the guys trapped in the Mountain River geographical map would also get a lot of benefits. As for Gong Sunling herself, she didn't have to do anything else. She just had to temper the Mountain River geographical map according to the method that Li Cheng taught her in the past, so that the spiritual power of the Mountain River geographical map would become more and more pure. In the past, when doing this, Gong Sunling spent decades and hundreds of years to have a small success. The reason was because of the limitations of spiritual power. Now the spiritual power was almost unlimited, and it was more convenient to do this thing, and the effect was more and more obvious. The water and fire dragon horn flying sword was refined by Gao Yu herself. But before refining, the method of using it was to use a lot of spiritual power to enter her own imprint. Now the almost infinite spiritual power was madly scouring, and the dragon horn flying sword was also like a bottomless pit, madly absorbing her own useful spiritual power. Gao Yu also had to do one thing, that was concentrate on concentrating her own spiritual awareness when the massive spiritual power was scouring, and firmly control the dragon horn flying sword, so that a large amount of ownerless spiritual power would not cause her own spiritual awareness imprint to be worn away. After this experience, it was estimated that the grade of the dragon horn flying sword could at least be improved to another level. Yang Qin had the most things, and of course the most things to do. The magic weapons were on the side of the special eye, but the connection with Yang Qin was not cut off, and Yang Qin was still constantly controlling it. The golden bell needed to absorb a lot of spiritual power to light up a dragon-shaped phantom before. When Yang Qin was crossing the Yin fire tribulation, he had taken the opportunity to light up the third one. Now Yang Qin controlled the golden bell to absorb spiritual power madly in order to light up more. Every time a dragon-shaped phantom was added, the protective power of the golden bell would be upgraded to a higher level, and the more powerful the attack it could withstand. For Yang Qin, This was equivalent to another life-saving capital. No one would dislike their magic weapon being too powerful. The medicine garden, under the control of the two tool spirits, Aju and Abai, absorbed the spiritual power madly. Although it was a magic weapon of the water attribute, the growth of medicinal materials required various attributes of spiritual power. Yang Qin provided a lot of original spiritual power, but not all medicinal materials could absorb the original spiritual power, and a lot of ordinary spiritual power was needed to enrich them. In the past, when Yang Chen did not stimulate the tool spirit, the medicine garden could only absorb the spiritual power below a certain limit at a time, and replenish it after it was used up. Now Aju and Bai were both stimulated, and they absorbed the blood phantom vine and the demonic vine and the immortal peach tree, respectively. The tool spirit alone had reached the realm of crossing the tribulation. At this time, there was almost no limit to the absorption of spiritual power in the third layer space, and at the same time as the influx of spiritual power, the medicinal materials in the medicine garden seemed to be significantly improving their age and efficacy. The gourd did not absorb the spiritual power at all, but directly put the liquid spiritual solution into the gourd. Despite this, it still couldn't keep up with the speed of accumulation of the spiritual solution. Under the joint absorption of many magic weapons, the scale of the current spiritual solution could be maintained. The sea-pouring jasper cup was constantly analyzing the 10th water spiritual solution from the ordinary spiritual solution, and constantly enriching the 10th water spiritual solution lake in the gourd. Only the immortal beheading blade seemed to have no change, but Yang Qin consciously controlled the immortal beheading blade and the other 9 great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword, and from the scouring of a large amount of spiritual power, the impurities in the flying sword were washed out little by little. The so-called spiritual power refining magic weapon, in addition to increasing the master's compatibility with the flying sword and slowly increasing the power of the flying sword, was nothing more than this process. Now, with the support of a huge amount of spiritual solution, in 1 month, at least Yang Qin Gaoyu and Gong Sunling's 50 years of refining. Chapter 14:23. Here, Yang Chan with Gaoyu and Gong Sunling slowly enjoyed the process of his magic weapon absorbing a huge amount of spiritual power and slowly upgrading. On the other side, the high-level members of the Taishaman, as well as Yang Lan and Yang Lan, have been living like a year. Time passed slowly for about 10 days, and the worries of Sect Master Li and several core high-level members had reached the apex. The Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Array had reached this point, and it had been trembling because of the absorption of too much spiritual power. Anyone could see that this was a precursor to the collapse of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Array. Things had developed to this point, and the Taishaman had been forced to the cliff. They could only rely on the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Array to rob the spiritual power of the outside world, and then consume those masters to death. When no one could threaten the safety of the Taishaman, then one by one, the masters would go out to cross the tribulation. The whole process, Sect Masterly estimated that it would take thousands of years. Anyway, it was said before that the Taishaman would seal the mountain for 1,000 years, and Sect Masterly was not in a hurry. However, with the trembling of the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Array, all the high-level members began to panic. Once the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Array collapsed, and the sect outside had spiritual power again, then the current stalemate would continue for a long time. The sect coalition had to besiege the Taishaman and look for opportunities all the time, and the Taishaman would still be trapped in this demon seal array. There was no way to cross the tribulation, and there was no way to improve. That was a disaster for the Taishaman. Similarly, Yang Lan and Yang Lan, who were in the special eye of the array, were also panicking. As Sect Masterly guessed, everything had limits. The Demon Seal Array had limits, and the Heaven and Earth Infinite Essence Suppression Array also had limits. Based on the same principle, Yang Lan and Yang Lan's bodies had limits. Before experiencing the baptism of the Thunder Tribulation, Fire Tribulation, and wind tribulation, the bodies of the two Jit on stage could only reach the realm of the third or fourth grade of the human immortal. If it was higher, the spiritual power would burst the body. The strength of the formation core depended on the expert in the formation core. Now, the trembling of the heaven and earth, limitless origin suppressing formation, was a sign that they were about to reach their limits. At this moment, the formation core was connected to their bodies. If their bodies could withstand it, the formation core would be fine. If they couldn't, the formation core would explode. In fact, if they could immediately go through the heavenly tribulation while absorbing the spiritual energy, their bodies would be transformed to become more powerful after each heavenly tribulation. After the transformation, they would naturally be able to contain more spiritual energy and increase their cultivation. But the problem was that Yanglan and Yanglan were both in the demon seal array. No matter how strong their cultivation base was now, no matter what level their realm had reached, heaven's retribution was always isolated outside the demon seal array, and it would never come easily. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult for the two of them to continue to absorb more spiritual power. However, even so, in just over a month's time, others had at most advanced by one small realm, and at most two small realms, so much so that they were on the verge of breaking through to the next realm. Yanglan and Yanglan, on the other hand, had crossed the Yuanying stage and the Deshang stage from the Jidan stage in one fell swoop, and directly entered the human immortal level. At this point, the spiritual power cultivation base could not continue to increase, and the spiritual power from the outside world was still pouring in, which was terrible. In order to avoid the fate of being blown up by the spiritual power, Yanglan and Yanglan had to stop anyway and come out of the special formation core. The problem was that if they went out directly now, the special formation core would stop and the heaven and earth, limitless origin suppressing formation, would slowly return to normal. Next, if they did not cross the tribulation, they would immediately face the questioning of sect Master Li and several core elders. The time was too short, and Li Liheng could only design the process reasonably, but it was not reasonable to the point of being completely flawless. As long as they were questioned a few more times, the confession between the two would be compared several times, and it would be easy to find the problem. Once sect Master Li and the core elders determined that the brother and sister were the culprits of all this, their fate could be imagined. Yanglan was never willing to go to that step. The reason why he designed it together with Li Liheng was not to fight for a chance of survival for himself. Therefore, at this point, Yanglan and Yanglan were already like arrows on the bowstring and had to be released. And now they had to find a suitable opportunity to trigger the arrangement of the demon seal formation when everyone was not paying attention to them. Sect Master Li and several core executives were staring at the special formation core almost all day long. Yanglan could not find any opportunity at all. He could only force himself to push the original plan. The control elder of the demon seal formation disc. From the appearance, no one would be able to see that he was hypnotized. Even he himself did not have this awareness, and he never found out that he had been hypnotized. People who have not cultivated the Free Demon Heart Sutra will never understand the mystery of the Free Demon Heart Sutra. If you think that the Free Demon Heart Sutra can only improve the spiritual awareness cultivation base, then it is a big mistake. The most powerful thing about it was that it could control others without anyone noticing. The elder who controlled the second demon seal formation disc had unknowingly walked to the side of the core elder who controlled the other formation disc. Such a move did not arouse anyone's suspicion, and no one took it seriously. After all, being able to control the second formation disc has fully demonstrated the sect's trust in him. But it was this elder of the Yuanying stage who was fully trusted by the sect, who suddenly started when everyone was staring at the special formation core. The silent flying sword pierced the chest of the elder who controlled the formation disc. And then he let go of the access restriction of the Taishaman's demon seal formation and lifted the shackles of the demon seal formation. Next, hundreds of divine thunders of various attributes appeared beside the elder, and all of them were detonated. Sect Master Li and several core elders were not far away. The sudden change made them have no time to react at all. They watched helplessly as the demon sealing array was opened, and then they were covered by a series of divine thunder explosions. Originally, they wanted to snatch back the formation disk and reopen the demon seal formation, but the explosion of a large number of divine thunders stopped everyone. In the rumbling sound, in this area, people below the Yuanying stage were all blown up by the divine thunders. Even the masters of the Deshang stage, such as Sect Master Li, were all injured. This was not all. What made Sect Master Li and the core elders desperate was that the tribulation clouds began to condense in the sky in an instant, and the aura of countless tribulations fell wildly. Those masters who have been pushed to the edge of the tribulation in the past 40 days, whether it was the thunder tribulation or the Fire tribulation, all were triggered.